Chapter 201. Stage 8. Morning broke over the 8th defense at Crossroad. As the entire force was being mobilized to face the emergence of the monster army, Kulin gathered his subordinates and spoke candidly. It was the same kind of talk head given to his older brother. "What do you think penal squad means?" "It's basically labeling us as disposable," Kulin said. His men listened attentively. "In battle, when they need a meat shield, they'll put us right at the front. They'll force all the dangerous jobs onto us. In the end, we'll face more peril than the regular army. If we play it safe, not just 3 years, we won't even last one before we're wiped out." It was a very reasonable argument. Though they were former bandits, they'd been treated more or less the same as other soldiers for a few days. However, when lives were at stake, that treatment would surely change. "Don't work too hard just because they're paying us and feeding us. Don't risk your lives. Just pretend to be diligent. Once Correja recovers and surveillance on us lightens, we'll escape the city," Kulin said, scanning his subordinates with fierce, tiger-like eyes. "Got it. Okay, boss. We were actually worried you were being too cautious, boss. Let's just do enough to get by and scram." Dong 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 dong. Just then, the bells rang loudly, signaling the monster's invasion. Other defense squads assigned to this front line were quickly appearing and assembling on the fortress walls. Exhaling deeply, Kulin looked up at the fortress walls. "Let's go. We still have to earn our keep after all." Standing upright atop the walls was Ash, the commander of this front line, staring intently beyond the walls. I clenched my mouth shut and focused on the southern plains. Gloop, gloop. Massive jelly-like slimes were filling the southern plains, inching their way towards the walls of Crossroad. Enemy info stage 8. LV? 1 unit. LV.30 acidic slime. 526 units. LV.25 tricolor slime. 488 units. Jelly monsters advancing like sticky rice cakes. They look kind of cute at first glance, but in essence, they're repulsive creatures. Slimes have quite a high resistance to physical attacks. If struck with a cutting attack, they'll split apart. They barely take any damage from piercing attacks. However, they are weak against blunt attacks, so they can be easily defeated with clubs and such. Also, their resistance to magic is at the same level as normal monsters, so magic attacks are effective. Normal slimes are one thing, but these incoming acidic and tricolor slimes are a bit problematic. Acidic slimes corrode weapons when attacked directly. Moreover, they explode upon death, causing acid damage to the surrounding area. Given that their whole concept is to counter melee classes, it's best to deal with them using ranged attacks. Tricolor slimes can absorb up to 3 magic attacks. Their name comes from the fact that their body changes color according to the type of magic they absorb. From the 4th attack on, they take normal damage, but being immune to magic for the first 3 strikes is a real headache. Moreover, this creature also explodes, dealing the elemental damage it had received upon dying. Well, despite these assorted difficulties with the opponent, it's been a while since we've had monsters that make for a good kill zone, I exclaimed with delight. At the end of the southern field, a dense wooden fence had been set up after a long time. It was a kill zone that forcibly directed the path of enemy monsters. Around 1,000 slimes oozed their way into that kill zone. I gave my orders to the artillery. "Show these monster bastards the fiery spirit of humanity." Immediately afterward, the cannons roared. Boom! Rumble dash! Quang! The familiar sound of artillery echoed, followed by the explosive noise as shells hit the ground. Slimes caught in the crossfire burst apart without resistance. Watching the slimes pop and dissolve, I clenched my fist. Yes, this is what a defense game is all about. But my joy over forming a kill zone after so long was short-lived. Boom! Sizzle! The acidic slimes, which made up more than half of the slime army, exploded and began to spray acid all around. SSSS. The wooden fence touched by the acid could be seen melting even from here. Damn! Just when I thought I could enjoy the sweetness of a kill zone, I clicked my tongue. The kill zone was effective, but it wasn't going to last long. By the time we had crushed about 100 of the leading slimes with cannon fire, the wooden fences eroded by the acid collapsed en masse. Like a dam breaking and unleashing a flood during monsoon season, the slimes all broke out of the kill zone and began their oozing march. Keep firing the cannons non-stop. We have to reduce their numbers as much as possible. Because penetrating physical attacks like ballistae and arrows were less effective against them, most of our siege equipment had been switched to cannons. For the same reason, we had cleared away other types of obstacles in the field, leaving only wooden fences. The slimes approaching across the field paused momentarily in front of the wooden fences, and each time, our artillery rained down shells on them. Boom! Rumble dash! During my absence, newly developed landmines were also doing their job well. The slimes unsuspectingly stepped over the mines scattered throughout the field and burst apart in large explosions. Excellent. It's working well. Anyway, by the time the slimes had crossed about half the field, about a third of them had been pulverized. However, put another way, that still left about 2/3 remaining. And now, they were in the center of the field within range of our mages. It was finally time for the mages to do their part. The tricolored slimes are immune to magic up to 3 times. I turned my gaze towards our mages. As instructed in Advanced, Lily and Junior, you two will cast area of effect spells 3 times to deplete their magic immunity stacks. Lily once, Junior twice. Just like that. Lily, sitting in her wheelchair, was visibly sweating. Junior, standing next to her, looked somehow dissatisfied. And once their magic immunity stacks are all depleted, Reyna. I locked eyes with Reyna, an officer of the reinforcement troops donning the Empire's military uniform. You'll sweep them away. A wise tactic, Your Majesty. Reyna gracefully bowed her waist. My wind magic is powerful. It's too much of a waste to simply let it be consumed by such trivial monsters. Junior, who was assigned the role of being consumed, seemed quite displeased as she glared sharply at Reyna. Reyna directed a smile at Junior, tinged with a bit of arrogance. Ignoring the tension between the two mages, I moved to stand next to Lily. Begin when they're well within range. We need to hit as many as possible. Ah, I understand, Your Majesty. Lily was a fire mage, but her skill set focused on single target damage. Her first skill was to throw a large fireball. Because she had been away from the front lines for a while, her leveling had been slow, and she still hadn't unlocked her second skill. She was practically semi-retired from fieldwork due to a leg injury. Asking Lily to cover a wide area with her fire was perhaps a challenging request. However, if we could reduce the magic resistance stacks of the tricolored slimes even once without exhausting our main mages, it would be a definite win. That's why I called her to the front lines. When will these patchwork deployments finally end? Lily grumbled as she gathered her magic power. I responded with a grin. Who knows? Maybe ITLL take around 3 years. Cheer up, senior mage. You only treat me as a senior when it's convenient. Sigh. Whoosh. Fire emanated from Lilith's fingertips. Drenched in sweat, she conjured a massive fireball above her hand. Hop! With a shout and a mighty swing, she threw it. The fireball soared like an artillery shell, covering the southern plain. Then Lily stretched her palm forward and clenched her fist as she rotated her hand. Boom! The fireball exploded. A shower of flames rained down onto the plains from the exploding fireball. The acidic slimes exposed to this fiery deluge popped like bubbles, and the tricolored slimes absorbed the magic, their lower halves turning red. Ha, ha! Having pushed her limits, Lily was sweating buckets. I clapped my hands. You're doing well, aren't you? Quite formidable for a fire mage. Lily, how about you return to the front lines? We could even do dungeons together. I should get back to the artifact team. Goodbye. Lily hastily wheeled herself away to the distant artifact zone. Geez, can't even take a joke. Junior, it's your turn. Are you ready? Upon asking Junior, she twirled a magical staff in her hand as she moved to stand beside me. This time it was the Rod of Crimson, made from Celendian's magic core. Your Majesty. Yes. If I can take out all those slimes from my position, we don't have to give that woman a chance, right? Junior glanced at Reina as she asked. I chuckled. Of course, but can you actually do it? Won't you be pushing yourself too hard? Unfit for combat, and yet she talked about casting area-wide spells 3 times in a row. Was it worth it, risking her physical well-being just for the sake of pride? However, Junior grinned and held up the staff in her hand. I'll show you how wonderful this new staff from His Majesty is. Standing at the edge of the fortress wall, Junior raised her staff high. A red aura emanated from its tip. The special abilities of the Lord of Crimson were as follows. Absorb essence upon killing an enemy, storing up to a maximum of 10. Use stored essence to recover HP or MP, 10% per essence. Consume 10 essences at once to cast a random blood magic. 10 tiny slots on the head of the Lord of Crimson were all filled with fire. She had stored 10 essences during the last free exploration. It allowed her to use blood magic once, free of any magic power expenditure. Whoosh! Junior did not hesitate to expend all 10 essences as she cast her blood magic. The type of blood magic changes every time, it seems, but a crimson mist erupted from her staff and rained over the heads of the slimes. This time, I got something useful. SSSS. Blood mist. A commonly used blood magic among vampires. It blocked the enemy's sight and slowed their movements. The tricolored slimes resisted this spell as well, but it did consume their magic immunity stack. The tricolored slimes absorbed the mist, and a layer of red appeared within their bodies. One more time. This time, a cerulean magic element gathered at the tip of Junior's staff. Whoosh! Rain poured from the sky. It was water magic. The tricolored slimes gulped down the rain, a blue layer forming on their bodies. All of their magic immunity stacks had been consumed. Moreover, soaked by both the mist and the rain, they were still sopping wet. Rumble, rumble. Thunder roared from the storm clouds that had poured out the rain. Wearing a smile that strongly resembled the mage who had named her, Junior thrust her staff forward. This time, a bright yellow magic element was gathering at the tip. I'm a mercenary, Your Majesty. Crackle, crackle. With the sound of crackling lightning. There's no way I'd give up my specialization. Lightning bolts descended from both Junior's staff and the storm clouds, striking simultaneously. Boom! And then, the slimes colored in tricolors due to the consumed magic immunity stacks were all fried to death. Who? While looking at the field that was burnt black and smoldering, Junior exhaled deeply, regaining her composure. Her complexion was pale, probably because she had expended all her magic power, but she looked pleased. Junior turned her head with a smile, and Reina looked back at her, her lips curling upward, as if to say, see what I can do. Wizards really are the most dignified. Whether it was a skirmish or not, it seemed like this defensive battle would end smoothly, thanks to our strategic weapons. I opened the enemy information screen for this stage. Enemy Info Stage 8. LV 1. LV.30 Acid Slime 26. LV.25 Tricolor Slime 33. Almost all of the acid slimes and tricolor slimes were defeated. It seemed we just had to finish off the lucky few that survived the magical bombardment. Wait a minute. I blinked as I sensed something was off. Where is the boss? Why hasn't it appeared yet? Chapter 202. The dark event for this stage was as follows. Activated Dark Event. Boss Enhancement I. One random enhancement trait is given to the boss monster. So, we wouldn't know what enhancement trait was given until we encountered it. Furthermore, we still hadn't confirmed which monster among the Slime Legion would be the boss. These slime guys are pretty diverse, aren't they? Which one was selected as the boss monster? Slime King? Slime General? Or, God forbid, Slime Abomination? Still, given the current situation, I think we could handle just about anything. Thud. Question mark. Thud. I think I heard something ominous. Thud dash. From the end of the right castle wall, A series of unidentified heavy sounds echoed. Heroes, soldiers, and I all simultaneously looked in that direction. Nothing was visible. Crash. However, something invisible was climbing up the castle wall. The steel plates of the right castle wall seemed to sag under a tremendous weight. What in the world? Slimes don't have the ability to become invisible, do they? Could it Beta Boss Monster was granted stealth due to the Dark Event enhancement? Damien, do you see that? I urgently called Damien, but even he frowned and remained silent. Ah, no, I can't detect anything. I know something's there, but even with his farsight skill, he couldn't detect it? Just how high level was this stealth? We couldn't just stand around. I quickly gave the order. Fire in that direction now. Damien immediately drew his Black Queen and aimed at the invisible entity. The tip of my gun glows, and the trigger passes judgment. Forget your angsty lines and just shoot already. Boom dash. A magical bullet burst from the muzzle of the Black Queen, tearing through space and rushing forward. The bullet hit the something that was climbing up the right castle wall. Splat. With that, the invisible something's stealth was undone, and its identity was revealed. Ruhar. It was a massive, truly massive slime. Within its gelatinous, massive body, hundreds, thousands of colors swirled around. It was nearly the size of a small hill. On top of its gigantic body, a golden crown made of magical power was slowly spinning. A golden crown on a massive slime? My mouth hung open. What the hell is this monster? Enemy Info Stage 8. LV.35 Slime Emperor, Stealth Enhanced 1. LV.30 Acidic Slime, 26. LV.25 Tricolor Slime, 33. It's a Slime Emperor? A top-tier monster that I've rarely encountered even while playing Protect the Empire, the absolute highest rank among all slime-type monsters. They gave stealth to this monster through the Dark Event? Are they insane? Moreover, even with stealth, normal slime monsters should approach with their allies. So, this one maintained stealth while its minions were killed, circled the battlefield, and climbed the wall? Is that even possible for a slime-type monster? Enough of this crap, damn it! Hush! With a sound akin to an elephant's trumpeting, the Slime Emperor leapt onto the ramparts. I yelled at the top of my lungs. Cannoneers! Everyone, fall back! Crash boom! The Slime Emperor shattered all the cannons placed on the right side of the walls as it ascended. Cannoneers screamed in unison and began to flee into the safety of the castle walls. Caught off guard, cold sweat trickled down my spine. But there was still a way. Lily! Use reset from the beginning. Got it! Following my command, the alchemists on the artifact team grumbled as they took out metal plates the size of a human torso. It was an SSR-grade water artifact. Reset from the beginning, obtained after completing Stage 5. When this massive golden plate targets an enemy, it can forcibly teleport them back to the wave's starting point. It could only be used once per stage, but in specific situations it was an extremely useful artifact. Just like right now. Activating artifact. The alchemists aimed the metal plate at the Slime Emperor and activated the artifact. Whir! The metal plate glowed white. Soon it would click and capture the target monster, teleporting it back to the wave's starting point. However, just then, slosh! The body of the Slime Emperor undulated like a water droplet, and from within, it spewed out a torrent of smaller slimes. It was the Slime Emperor's special ability, Slime Summon. The smaller slimes, launched like cannonballs, rained down on the artifact team, click, and completely blocked the sight of reset from the beginning. The swarm of small slimes caught by the artifact was instantly teleported back to the wave's starting point, but the Slime Emperor remained in place, unfazed. I clenched my teeth. No other choice. It has to die here. Let's go. The game's absurd difficulty, my own oversight for not considering stealth among the Dark Event enhancements, and the monstrous thing in front of me cursed at all three and stretched my arm forward. Anyone capable of close combat, grab a mace and shield and come forward. No matter what happens, well, hold it at the wall. Evangeline and Lucas were already rushing forward. After giving the order to hold the monster with all available melee troops, I looked at the mages. Let me make this clear. The Slime Emperor is virtually immune to elemental magic. The Slime Emperor possesses all the characteristics held by every type of slime. In other words, it has fire, water, lightning, wind, ice. All the attributes are within it. If hit with elemental magic, it switches its own attribute to reduce the damage. Only non-elemental or perhaps light or dark magic would be somewhat effective, but there are no mages of that sort here. So, our most powerful damage dealers, the Mageswold, be relegated to being spectators. And that means we won't have enough firepower to kill it. That's not an option. Junior, prepare to use your ultimate skill, Elemental Disassembly. If Junior's ultimate skill could drain the Slime Emperor's magic power stats to the negatives, then Reina's potent wind magic could deliver the final blow. That was my plan to defeat that monster. However, Junior responded with a defeated look. Your Highness, I'm embarrassed to say, I need time to recover due to overexerting myself with rapid spell casting. Junior looked pale. Her body was evidently not in good shape, but that didn't mean we were out of options. Reina, assist Junior. Both mages wore expressions of displeasure, but I pressed on sternly. Stop wasting time and do as I say. Don't you see the situation? The enemy boss monster has climbed up the walls. If we can't stop it here, this city is done for. A melee had already erupted beyond the walls. Whoosh! Tentacle-like protrusions extended from the Slime Emperor's massive body, whipping around, targeting humans. Shield bearers were getting swept away, screaming as they fell. Junior, cast your spells as quickly as possible. Use the essence stored in your staff to recover your magic power. Got it. Understood, Your Highness. Reina, fully support Junior with all you have. Once she uses Elemental Disassembly, immediately attack the Slime Emperor. Reina asked, unconvinced. Why would her magic be able to penetrate that monster's robust magical defense? You'll see. Resigned, Reina placed her hand on Junior's shoulder, assisting in the casting of the spell. Other mages in Reina's party also assisted. Phew, here goes. Junior began preparing Elemental Disassembly. It was a time-consuming spell, which meant we had to hold off the Slime Emperor until then. Damien, I called out to our sniper. Can you see its soul core? Aiming his gun at the Slime Emperor, Damien muttered nervously. No, Your Highness, I can't locate its soul core. Or rather, it has too many. Almost its entire body is filled with them. I don't know where to aim. The Slime Emperor was a monstrous fusion of thousands of slimes. For Damien, who specialized in targeting a single entity's soul core, there were too many potential targets. But he could still be useful. Damien, your role today is not to kill that monster. It's to save our allies. Monitor the battlefield. If our troops are in imminent danger from that monster, snipe it to keep it at bay. Can you do that, Damien? Damien, who had looked nervous, finally cracked a smile and nodded. Hey. I like that. I'll give it a try. I still couldn't quite get used to that smug laugh of his, but when tasked with protecting allies instead of killing enemies, Damien seemed genuinely more comfortable. This natural-born healer, after issuing various commands to the rear members like Lily and Saintess Margarita, I urgently rushed to join the front lines. Boom! Crash! Bang! Atop the fortress wall, the human-form defense was barely holding on. Sir, cover the lower right. I know. You take the upper left. Evangeline and Lucas, each holding a shield, were at the forefront, fending off the Slime Emperor's attacks. Right behind them, ordinary soldiers also held their shields professionally, forming a wall. Together, they blocked several tentacle attacks from the Slime Emperor. Ugh! Each time, they were pushed back but managed to maintain the defense by taking turns. Hold on just a bit longer. The mages are preparing a spell to kill that bastard. I encouraged our allies while directing the defense line. For a while, it seemed like we were holding on. But then, ouch! That hurts. GUH. Both Evangeline and Lucas began to accumulate minor injuries. The Slime Emperor had numerous tentacles, and it was impossible to block them all. Evangeline and Lucas swung their maces and wore hammers, but each time, acidic fluid splattered. Herg! Ah! The ordinary soldiers were also showing their limits in sustaining the defense. They could only block and get pushed back so many times before everyone started to struggle. Boom! Bang! As the battle raged on, the only soldiers holding their ground were the 50 reinforcements sent from the imperial capital. True to their elite status, they efficiently held their shields against the Slime Emperor's attacks. However, even their faces began to show signs of fatigue. How much longer can we hold on like this? While assessing the situation, I gritted my teeth when I noticed something unsettling. Twitch, twitch. Some were continually trying to retreat among the defense units. The newly arrived penal squad. The ragtag band of outlaws was continually retreating, putting a greater burden on the other defense squads. Those sons of... I dashed to the back of the penal squad and yelled furiously. What the hell are you doing?
Don't retreat.
Maintain the defense line. But... The outlaws looked at me with pale faces. We were scared. What? We don't want to die fighting such a monster in someone else's country. Someone else's country? At a loss for words, I stood there dumbfounded. Hush! Meanwhile, the Slime Emperor's tentacles continued to rain down upon us. Chapter 203. Among the heroes at the front lines taking hits from the Slime Emperor, there were those who had newly joined the fray. Cough. Eek. Elise gripped the tunfas she had drawn from her sword coffin in both hands, making strange noises that she would normally never utter as she barely managed to repel the tentacles. Although she had frequently dealt with humans to the point of growing weary of them, she had never had the chance to face off against such alien monstrosities, especially not ones as massive as this. This is much harder than I thought? The monster's attacks were completely different from those of humans. Humans had limitations in height, range of joint movement, and the length of their arms and weapons. Monsters had none of that. Their tentacles seemed to stretch out endlessly, and their attacks followed bizarre trajectories. On top of that, their force was, wham, comparable to being hit by a trebuchet. Grimacing, Elise was pushed back. Her arms were starting to go numb from repeatedly blocking the attacks. Is this what it's like? These kinds of monsters keep coming, and we have to keep holding them off? Elise had taken her position atop the fortress walls to gain a more accurate understanding of the situation on the front lines. And her conclusion was as follows. What kind of insane situation is this? Bam! A flying tentacle destroyed one of Elise's tunfas. Tentacles continuously rained down in front of a flustered Elise. I'm done for. Just then, Coolin rushed in front of Elise. Pop! Pop! Boom! Coolin swung fists and kicked, sending the tentacles flying. They were repelled with sounds like air bursting. Rough day, huh, Miss Swordsman? You seem like a newbie when it comes to big monster fights. With a swift flick of his red dreadlocks, Coolin grinned at Elise. Do you really have to fight so hard? Why not take it easy? Elise's deep blue eyes narrowed. In this battlefield where everyone was fighting for their lives, Coolin and his party stood out for their lackadaisical approach. From a distance, it might appear as if they were fighting monsters just as intensely as everyone else, but up close it was clear. Coolin's party feigned defense by holding up their shields against the tentacles. They rolled around dramatically on the ground, but there was no substance to their actions. They were merely pretending to fight. Thanks for saving me. But why are you guys fighting so half-heartedly? Haha! What changes if you fight hard? Are they going to give you a medal for patriotically defending the Empire? Coolin casually kicked the tentacles while speaking. We're part of the penal squad, serving our sentences in lieu of imprisonment. We're not even proper citizens, just a group of criminals. Whether we work a little or a lot, we get the same pay. Why risk our lives to defend someone else's territory? Just going along is good enough. Although it was irritating, Elias thought it was a response she should have expected. To begin with, they weren't regular troops, not even mercenaries fighting for money. They were bandits who had once survived by robbing others. Prince Ash had clearly recruited them based on their combat abilities alone, a judgment that turned out to be rather hasty. Though he might not have expected loyalty or pride from them in the first place, what they fundamentally lacked was a reason. A reason to fully commit to the battle at this monstrous front line. Why are you fighting so hard? You don't seem to belong here either. Why not just take it easy like the rest of us? Coolin chuckled and lazily swung his leg. After all, the two knights at the forefront were blocking the strongest attacks. Coolin and his party members planned to just half-heartedly go through the motions. Time slipped away ineffectually, and the attacks aimed at Coolin and his party members gradually diminished. The party's energy began to wane. And then, in the great battle against monsters, complacency could lead straight to death. Whoosh! Caught off guard. One tentacle wrapped around Coolin's left ankle as he stood on his right foot, preparing a kick. What? What? Then it pulled. Thud. Crash. Coolin, who had fallen clumsily, screamed. His hefty body was being dragged relentlessly toward the main body of the slime monster. Boss! Damn it! Save the boss! Coolin's lackadaisical party members, who had been mockingly swinging their weapons, rushed to save him. Whoosh! Whoosh! Ah! Let go! Cut it! Cut it off now! But tentacles wrapped around them too, and they were dragged in alongside Coolin. Elias, clearly flustered, tried to sever the tentacles with her sword, but more tentacles quickly entangled her as well. She was powerless. Squish. A massive hole appeared at the center of the Slime Emperor's body, almost like a mouth. The tentacles were dragging Coolin's party directly into that hole. And finally, please no. Their screams echoed as they were all swallowed by the Slime Emperor. The remaining heroes and soldiers, covered in filth and blood, could only watch the scene in disbelief. Ugh! I was clutching my aching head, lost in thought. I had managed to mollify the regular bandits from the penal squad and reintroduce them to the front line, but they were still a mess. Their morale looked low. I don't want to die to monsters in someone else's country. Someone else's country, huh? The heroes I had recruited so far had all been part of the Empire. But these people were different. They were outsiders who harbored resentment against the Empire. And this was the Empire's southern front. There's no way they could not feel resistance to risking their lives and fighting here. For people like them, a simple salary or exemption from punishment would not bring about true loyalty. Something more was needed. A deeper understanding and incentive. This realization finally dawned on me. I was naive. Going forward, I planned to rally many others who have been marginalized by the Empire. And all of them would not be integrated into this army by material rewards alone. For true loyalty to sprout from the heart, active inclusion is necessary. It's complicated, this commander role. I realized anew and rubbed my forehead. In the game, everyone was all about loyalty if you just gave them some gold and occasional rare items. Reality was much more complex than the game. So how should I truly inspire loyalty in these bandits on the front lines? That was the question on my mind when... Wah-ah? I heard Coolin scream. Panicked, I looked ahead to see Coolin and his party of 5 being dragged by the tentacles of the Slime Emperor. What the heck? A grab pattern from a boss-level slime? Grab va swallow. It was a common pattern among boss-level slimes. If a character doesn't display any distinct attacks or defense within the slime's close range for more than 3 turns, the slime considers them as preparing some threat and prioritizes engulfing them. But I sent melee characters armed with maces and shields to block. There shouldn't be a reason for that pattern to trigger. All they have to do is defend diligently. In the game, 3 turns are equivalent to 10 minutes in reality. One would need to neither attack nor defend for 10 minutes to become a target of that grab pattern. Could it be these bastards? Were they merely pretending to fight while actually goofing off in front of the Slime Emperor? Thwack! Thwack! Damien frantically tried to snipe the tentacles and stop them, but other tentacles quickly intervened and continued to pull Coolin's party. Ultimately, wah! Save us! Gulp! All 5 were swallowed. This is driving me insane, I muttered, putting my hand to my forehead. What am I supposed to do with them? The Slime Emperor, having swallowed Coolin's party, retracted all its tentacles. Simultaneously, its gelatinous, water droplet-like form began to harden. It was preparing to switch to digestion mode. Digestion would also take 3 turns. In 10 minutes, Coolin and his party would be completely dissolved, becoming nutrients for the Slime Emperor. Junior, how much longer until elemental disassembly is ready? I shouted, and Junior, who was surrounded by mages preparing her ultimate skill, responded. 10 more minutes, Your Highness. Coincidentally, Junior's ultimate skill would also be available in 10 minutes. My lord. Lucas ran up to me and said bluntly, Leave them. What? Let those bandit bastards be digested by the slime. Lucas glanced at the hardening Slime Emperor. I've heard slimes don't attack while digesting their prey. It seems to be the case now. We have at least 10 minutes for digestion. We can use Junior and Reina's magic to cleanly wipe out the boss monster at that time. There are people trapped inside it, Lucas. People without the will to fight properly. A bunch of bandits. Lucas showed me the injuries all over his body. There wasn't a spot untouched by acid. While everyone else was vomiting blood in combat, those jokers were just going through the motions. Even if we save them now, do you think they'll change? They'll continue to be a burden if we keep them on the front lines. My lord said we should give them one last chance, right? In my view, they've already wasted that chance themselves. There was no counter-argument to be made. Had they even just put up a decent defense, that grab pattern wouldn't have happened. The ones who drove themselves to death were Coolin's party. If we let those 5 die, we can smoothly finish this defense battle without incurring additional casualties. My lord, I looked at the soldiers standing on the defensive line. Not a single one of them was uninjured after blocking the gigantic slimes with their bodies. Even Evangeline, who had the best defense among us, was panting, hunched over from exhaustion. If we left Coolin's party to die as they were, the other soldiers could finish without dying or getting injured. 5 bandits who failed to fight properly despite the chance, who harbored resentment towards this front line, and dug their own graves. I turned my head to look at the regular bandits of the penal squad. Their faces were as pale as death, frozen as they stared at me. The dregs who ran away first, while all the other soldiers bravely took the front lines. If anyone deserved to be abandoned, it was them. The weight of life on the front lines is not equal. As the frontline commander, I had to meticulously weigh and judge that balance. I knew this from past gaming experience. Fine. I didn't hesitate for long. I opened my mouth. We're saving them. A bright sigh of relief crossed the bandits' faces. Lucas' face twisted in dismay. Why, my lord? That's an irrational decision. After sighing deeply, I reluctantly answered. That bastard Coolin swallowed 2 premium items. Chapter 204. Coolin had been swallowed by the Slime Emperor, carrying 2 freshly crafted SSR-grade pieces of equipment. And these weren't just any SSR-grade equipment. They were brand new pieces crafted from the magic core of a named vampire general. Both the performance and the effects of these items were exceptional. If digested like this, the equipment would be lost. God damn it, those 2 pieces of equipment cost more than the entire loot of those bandits combined. Of course, I had to save the goddamn equipment, and so a rescue plan was formed. In truth, I had some experience rescuing hero characters from being eaten in the game, so I knew what had to be done before the digestion process started. The plan was swiftly made, but the problem was that if I told Lucas, he would definitely try to dissuade me. So, without saying a word, I moved towards the Slime Emperor. Lucas followed me, clueless. Lucas. Yes, my lord.
Don't worry.
I've got insurance. I showed him a magic scroll from my inventory. Lucas tilted his head, not understanding. Huh. Just wait and see. Okay? Right afterward, I swung my staff in front of the Slime Emperor, conjuring a blade of magical power. Ping! Boss-level slimes have a grab pattern where they swallow enemies who prepare threatening actions within their close-range perimeter. Wait for more than 3 turns without doing anything or blatantly use magic like this, and bam! Well, you get swallowed. Tentacles shot out from the stiffening body of the Slime Emperor and grabbed my arms and legs. His massive mouth gaped open, and in an instant, I was sucked in. My lord! Ignoring Lucas's shocked cry, I waved my hand leisurely. See you in a bit. Gulp. Just like that, I was swallowed by the Slime Emperor. When I came to my senses, I was inside the slime's belly. While normal slimes would just imprison their victims in their mucus bodies and melt them, boss-level slimes have a separate cavity that acts like a stomach, due to their large size. The place itself was considered a mini-dungeon. Ugh! It's so slippery. Somebody save me. Get me out of here. I don't want to die. The dark monster's stomach was filled with captured adventurers screaming for their lives. So noisy. I pulled a blue flame torch from my inventory and held it up. The previously dark interior of the monster was suddenly illuminated. Huh! Why is the prince here? The bandits, who were visibly unsettled by the sudden appearance of light, all turned to look at me at once. The brawny men, all snot and tears, didn't look too handsome. Huddled in a corner and covering his face with both hands, Coolin brightened up when he saw me. Could it be, Your Majesty has come to save us personally? I offered a sly smile. No, I got captured too. It was a joke. But the bandits started wailing even louder. God, they're idiots. I did come to rescue you, so cut the crying. Penal Squad, attention. Despite their tears, the training ID put them through over the past few days in the dungeon seemed to have some effect. At my command, the bandits lined up in front of me, still sobbing. Listen up. We have approximately 7 minutes until the digestion process is complete. If we don't escape by then, we'll all melt into gooey stew. The ground here was oozing with acid. Right now, it was merely sloshing around. But as time ticked on, a massive burst of acidic liquid would gush out, dissolving us instantaneously. I spoke calmly to the trembling bandits who stood at attention. The Slime Emperor has high regenerative powers in its outer layer, but its internals are vulnerable to sustained damage. If we consistently focus our attacks in one direction, we can escape. Attack where I tell you. I pointed in a specific direction. It wasn't so much that there was a weakness. It was more important to focus our attacks cohesively. As the command was issued, the bandits started pounding away at the Slime Emperor's internal walls with fierce intensity. Everyone seemed quite desperate to live. I too extended my magical blade forward and attacked. By the way, Your Highness, did you really come in here to save us? Coolin, who was vigorously pounding the internal walls, asked me as if baffled. I chuckled. Why? Surprised. More like, I don't get why. Thump. Thumpity thump. Without stopping, Coolin glanced at me while swinging fists and feet. Are we not just expendable pawns to you? Why risk your life to save us? I snorted. I made you 2 pieces of new equipment, didn't I? Those aren't cheap, you know. I have to reclaim them. You're risking your life just for some gear? Doesn't make sense. I shrugged, reluctantly explaining myself. I save people. Question mark. I kill monsters and I save people. It felt a bit embarrassing, but that was my truth. That's the one principle I uphold on this front. You save people? Coolin's voice quivered with bewilderment. We're nothing but a penal squad made up of convicts. You'd save even us? Isn't the penal squad made of people? Annoyed, I retorted. Coolin pointed to his red hair. Look at my hair and you'll know. I'm a hybrid with mixed blood, tainted with the blood of beastfolk, those most despised. Shit. Aren't beastfolk people too? Crash. Bang. My blade of magical power shattered. Panting, I summoned the next one. If they're within my reach, if I can save them with my strength, then I save them. That's all there is to it. We're in a crunch here, so stop talking. Coolin stared blankly at me, then muttered, I never saw you as this kind of idiot. I'll take that as a compliment. I've seen plenty who spout high-minded ideals, but you're the first I've seen crawl into the belly of a monster just to uphold his belief of saving people. Where my magical blade struck, Coolin's fist followed. As Coolin's fist struck the spot, my blade of magical power impaled it. We found ourselves instinctively trading blows at a specific point on the monster, as if we had some unspoken agreement. The monster's innards squelched as they were punctured. Why do I finally look cool to you? Do you genuinely want to believe in me and follow me? Honestly, you look awesome, but... Coolin groaned and looked down at her feet. It seems like we're going to die either way whether we follow you or not. The acid has already reached below our knees. Time was running out. At best, we had around 3 minutes. Plus, we were lacking in damage to break through the upper wall of the creature. No choice, then. I had been saving it for later, but I needed to use it now. You said you were lucky, didn't you, Coolin? I took out a pair of gloves from my inventory and tossed them to Coolin. Prove it. Catching the gloves, Coolin looked at them quizzically. They were black leather gloves adorned with metal studs. What are these? Lucky Strike. A grin unwittingly spread across my lips. The ultimate gear of luck in this world. An SSR-grade melee weapon, Lucky Strike. It randomly draws damage between 0-777 like a slot machine, the epitome of luck-based weaponry. I had sealed this weapon not just because it often yields low damage, but also because of its high risk. If the damage slot hits 0-0-0, a fumble, the attacker in this case, Mule take a massive amount of damage. Last time, all the bones in my left arm had shattered. This risk was too great, so I had sealed it away. But for Coolin? Your strong luck trait should make this gear worth trying. Coolin's special trait, Strong Luck, eliminates critical failures in decision-making. In other words, it nullifies the maximum downside of Lucky Strike, the risk of hitting 0-0-0 damage. Though the damage might fluctuate, at least there would be no risk of his arm shattering into pieces. I don't know how amazing these gloves are, but I never turn down gifts. Coolin tightly fitted the gloves and pulled back his fist with a fierce smile. And you asked if I'm lucky? Haha, of course. I'm extremely lucky. His fist wrapped in red energy surged forward. Why? Because someone as great as you came all this way to save a nobody like me. I'm already lucky. Boom. The moment Coolin's fist hit the slime creature's upper wall, a damage slot began to spin in the corner of my vision. 0-2. For 24 damage, a number even lower than an average melee weapon. However, Coolin's fists were fast. Swift as lightning, he retracted his fist and launched a storm of punches. Boom! 0-2-1. Boom! 0-1-7. Boom! 0-1-4. Boom! 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 Dozens of punches pummeled the monster's upper wall. 9 damage, 7 damage, 6 damage, for damage, but strangely the damage seemed to be decreasing. Less than a minute remained until a wave of acidic fluid would flood this disguise. The acidic fluid had already risen to our waists. 0-0-1. 0-0-1. 0-0-1. Coolin's fists were now consistently dealing only 1 damage. Is Lucky Strike designed to reduce damage as the number of attempts increases? Even if the system did have such a balancing feature, true luck would be breaking through against all odds. If one were truly a man of astounding fortune, then Coolin needed to prove it now. Thump, thump, thud. Less than 30 seconds remained before we would be completely submerged. I am Coolin, the miracle maker. In a situation where the acidic fluid had reached his chest, Coolin's pulled-back fist emitted a vivid red light. Do you really think I'd die here? The punch Coolin unleashed ferociously struck the upper wall. Ding-dash! The damage slot spun wildly, eventually forming a 3-digit number. 777. It really happened. Staring at the system window with widened eyes, I couldn't help but shout, Jackpot! Congratulations! Jackpot! Boom! Kaboom! Fireworks exploded splendidly around the system interface to celebrate the big win. And then the next moment, whoosh dash! Coolin's fist released a dazzling array of colored lights, tearing apart the monster's upper wall with an overwhelming gust, creating a hole. Beyond the hole was the castle wall. Acidic fluid gushed out through the hole, and sunlight poured in. Woohoo! We're saved! None of us could tell who had shouted first as we hastily scrambled out of the belly of the Slime Emperor. The Slime Emperor was rapidly regenerating the gaping hole in its belly. Rolling out of the acidic pool, I yelled at the top of my lungs, "Junior! Do it!" Junior, who had been on standby, immediately activated her ultimate skill, Elemental Disassembly. A halo that resembled an angelic ring appeared above the Slime Emperor, glowing white, and a brilliant light engulfed the area. Ping dash! The next moment, cracks appeared in the air as if a mirror had shattered, and then it broke into pieces. At the same time, all the magic elements around the Slime Emperor were instantly disassembled. This was Elemental Disassembly, the ultimate debuff magic that reduced the target's magic power stat to below 0. Now that the Slime Emperor's magic defense had fallen below 0, it would take true damage from all magical attacks, as well as additional damage. "Reina, what are you standing around for?" I yelled at Reina, who was staring dumbfoundedly at the effect of the ultimate magic. "Finish it off." Finally coming to her senses, Reina swung both arms dramatically. Hush! Sharp, blade-shaped winds blasted from all directions. The precise gusts avoided our soldiers and struck the Slime Emperor directly. Faced with an all-out magical attack from the captain of the magic troops, and with its magic defense reduced to negative, it had no chance of survival. Boo! There's no way he's going to live. The Slime Emperor trembled, spewing jelly-like fluid in all directions, and then finally lost its elasticity and collapsed, deflated. The boss kill was a success. Ah, thank God! We made it! Only then did I allow myself to slump onto the ground, completely drained. Coolin collapsed beside me as well. "Seems like we're lucky today." Hearing Coolin's murmur, I couldn't help but look down at his face, which was discolored as if it had been steeped in acid. Even so, Coolin was grinning from ear to ear. I chuckled without realizing it. "Exactly, we're damn lucky today. No one died. Just that fact alone made it an incredibly lucky day for us." Chapter 205. That evening, after we had vanquished the boss monster, cleared out the remaining mobs, and successfully completed the defense mission, a victory feast was held. Under the sweltering summer night sky, the central plaza of the town filled with piles of food, and chilled goblets of alcohol were passed around. Somehow, the scene felt nostalgic, immersing me in a sense of sentimentality. My speech for the night was simple. "Let's keep this up." At my words, the soldiers cheered and raised their cups. I gave them a broad smile, encouraged them to enjoy the party, and stepped down from the podium. Tonight, I saw many soldiers nursing injuries. It was due to the unexpected close combat with the boss monster. Soldiers had been bruised blocking tentacles with their shields and had suffered burns from the acid. My body was also bandaged from head to toe due to immersion in the acid. Fortunately, there were few with serious injuries, but the number of minor injuries was unusually high. Both Lucas and Evangeline had to rest in the temple tonight, unable to attend the feast due to their various bruises and burns. They both gave me an earful. Apparently, they had rushed at the Slime Emperor to save me when they saw that I was swallowed without giving them a proper explanation. Once in digestion mode, the Slime Emperor barely flinched, but they relentlessly attacked its body as it began to harden like a rock. In reality, I had a safety net in place. In the game, the stomach of the slime was considered a mini-dungeon. Characters captured had the option to escape on their own, and conversely, one could also use physical attacks to rescue them from this dungeon-like space. In other words, I could have used an emergency teleport scroll from within. ID acquired several of these scrolls but had never used one. Using this scroll would ensure a safe escape, but it posed the problem of losing out on reward items. Worst case scenario, it could even reduce the loot from the boss kill. So, my plan was to evaluate the situation until the very last moment and use the teleport scroll to escape only if absolutely necessary. That was my insurance. But before I had the chance to use my scroll, Coolin's punch hit the jackpot, allowing us to escape safely. I had told Lucas and Evangeline about the safety measures I had taken, but they didn't stop nagging me. You really don't take care of yourself. A recent conversation with Evangeline flickered through my mind. I've always felt this, but you lack the instinct for self-preservation that most humans have. A frontline commander fighting at the vanguard is an extremely special circumstance, you know? Well, the conditions on the front are harsh. There's no avoiding that, right? But you seem too willing to throw yourself into the fray, as she chose her words, Evangeline looked at me carefully with her green eyes, as if your life doesn't matter to you. Her words caught me off guard, stealing my breath for a moment. However, I soon smiled and patted Evangeline's hair. I'll be more careful from now on. Really? I promise. I'll take better care of myself from now on. You should promise not just to me but to Mr. Lucas over there, too. From the bed next to Evangeline, Lucas was slumped in his hospital gown, wearing a gloomy expression. Head clearly been worried sick during the almost 10 minutes I'd been swallowed by a slime. Watching me, he looked as crestfallen as a golden retriever hurt by its owner's cruel prank. Eventually, I made promises to both knights, crossing pinky fingers. I'd be more careful in the future. Only then was I able to free myself and reach the central plaza here. But what choice do I have? The difficulty is set to hell, and am the only one with the experience to clear it. Internally, I rationalized my reckless actions. Whether it's exploring dungeons or commanding the defense, I have to be the one to act for maximum efficiency, and that efficiency is the only way to clear the path ahead. So, to some extent, I have no choice but to take risks in the future. Even though these actions come with obvious risks. Ah, the Imperial Prince is here. He's here, our savior, Lord of our lives. Loyalty. They also have some unexpected benefits. The penal squad, who had been nestled in a corner of the plaza nibbling on food and drink, immediately stood and offered me a clumsy salute as I approached. I chuckled and waved them off. Just relax, guys. No need to put on airs. They took their seats again, looking a bit awkward. These misfits. My direct intervention to rescue Coolin and his party must have struck them deeply in many ways. We've deeply reflected on our actions, Your Highness. One of Coolin's party members said, bowing deeply. We were just pretending to fight, thinking we'd slack off. But Your Highness risked your life for us. I only rescued you guys because I didn't want Coolin's equipment to get destroyed. Don't get all emotional on me. I responded coldly, but they looked even happier. Heh, acting indifferent because you're shy. I think he'll fall for you all over again. Your Highness, we can betray our captain and follow you now. Accept our loyalty. Don't make me laugh, you treacherous fools. I responded by lifting my cup. Fine, let's drink. We all downed a shot. As the Imperial Prince, as the commander of the Empire's front lines, as a human from another nation risking my life to save them, I couldn't precisely gauge the impact of this action on them, but for a moment, I saw glimpses of the sub-party members I had lost over time in these naive and foolish faces before me. None of the sub-parties under my command had survived intact. They had been injured, died, or were annihilated. No matter what process you went through, you are now part of my sub-party. So don't get injured easily, don't die, and don't get wiped out. With a gruff sound, I wiped the corners of my mouth and resumed speaking in a stern tone. Going forward, it would be good if you diligently followed my orders. I'll overlook the mistakes you've made this time since you're newcomers, but there will be no leniency next time. As I stood there, I stared at them in the eyes. If you risk your lives for this front line, the front line will risk its life for you too. Remember that. In other words, this front line has already risked its life for you, so now it's your turn to do the same. We've already shown our sincerity. Let's see how these bandits fare in the next defense battle. I'm willing to give them another chance. Can we call you boss from now on? No, you already have your own boss. In that case, we'll call you boss. Grand boss it is. Whoa, grand boss. You're pulling me into your bandit gang too. Fine. I looked up, searching for Kulin, who had been out of sight. Where is your boss? Kulin was sitting alone on a desolate hill next to the square, drinking like a vagabond. You're striking a pose here because you think you did well today? As I approached with a jeer, Kulin chuckled. I was waiting for you, your highness. For me? Why? We haven't had a proper greeting. Kulin stood up, clenched his fists in front of his chest to salute, and then slowly bowed his waist. Thank you for sparing my life. I stared at Kulin silently. Lifting his head, he gave an awkward smile. You spared not just me but also my men. You could have executed us long ago, but you gave us another chance and even rescued us yourself. To be honest, I don't know how I could ever repay this debt. Although I may be a bandit who steals in broad daylight, I'm not so shameless as to forget a life debt. Still in his salute position, Kulin spoke earnestly. I will repay you in my own way, whenever that may be, wherever that may be. I chuckled. Then, from now on, just serve diligently on this front line. You're consistent in your desires, aren't you? Kulin slowly stepped closer, his towering figure eclipsing my vision. Prince Ash, you said that the creed of this front line is to kill monsters and save people, and that even we prisoners and those of other races like me are people you intend to protect. Yes. Then, by cooperating to protect this front line, am I also contributing to that creed and, in turn, protecting my own race? Yes. I nodded my head. Let me make this clear, Kulin. This front line isn't the Empire's border. At least not for the next 3 years. It's a line that protects all people from monsters. If I had to name it, I'd say it's the last line of defense for the world itself. Kulin slowly echoed my words inside his mouth. The last line of defense for the world. I will protect everyone north of these walls. That includes your brother and the refugees you've been staying with. You said you needed money, Kulin. Can you tell me why? My homeland. Kulin surprisingly answered immediately and without hesitation. I plan to buy back the land of my childhood that was taken from me. A distant longing flashed across his eyes. I nodded. Protecting this front line is also a way to protect that homeland. I chuckled and shrugged. You'll gather the money you need soon enough. Kulin cracked a small smile. I generally dislike idealists, but I don't mind an idealist who acts like you. Kulin gave another hug and bowed slightly. I promise. I won't disappoint you in the next defensive battle. Looking forward to it, King of the Bandits. I patted Kulin's broad shoulders once and gestured toward the area where his subordinates were gathered. Let's go. Your men have been waiting for you. Necks craned. I couldn't be certain these ragtag bandits would ever become useful soldiers. However, if these different races, these empire haters, could find even a sliver of harmony on this front line, then today had its own worth. I decided it had been a rather fortunate day. Stage 8, clear. Stage MVP, Jupiter Jr., SSR. Character level up. Jupiter Jr., SSR, LV.55, 1. Kulin, SR, LV.42, 2. Lily R, LV.29, 3. Casualties and injuries. Ash EX minor injuries. Lucas SSR minor injuries. Evangeline SSR minor injuries. Kulin SR minor injuries. Items acquired. Slime Legion Magic Stones, 209. Slime Emperor Mana Core SR1. Stage clear rewards have been distributed. Please check your inventory. SR Grade Reward Box 1. Slime Room Key 1. Get ready for the next stage. 8th Stage 9. The Arrow That Left the Riot. Chapter 206. The central square was bustling, caught in the fervor of a post-defense victory celebration. Right next to it was a cafeteria. 3 women had gathered in this space, open late into the night in honor of the victorious celebration. A red-haired mage in a wheelchair, a saintess in snug-fitting cleric robes, and a young sorceress with a foxy expression, her pointy hat pulled low. Their names were Lily, Saintess Margarita, and Junior. They huddled around a table. "All right, let's start the second meeting of the Crossroad Women Heroes and Mercenaries Rights Protection Committee, or for short CWHMRPC, Lily announced solemnly. Junior, who was attending this gathering for the first time, furrowed her brows. Senior Lily, can we change that abbreviation? CWHMRPC? What was that? It didn't even sound like a dragon roaring or anything. More like someone puking. TL note. Don't worry, it made no sense in Korean too. Please understand, Junior. This name was coined by our president, Miss Evangeline. As the vice president, I don't have the authority to change it. Lily sighed softly and looked towards Margarita. President Evangeline is currently confined to the temple due to injuries. Margarita, who had just come from treating patients at the temple, nodded with a face full of dark circles. She is stable but needs to rest for at least today. She told me to apologize for her absence at your initiation ceremony. Your welcoming party. You just said initiation ceremony, didn't you, Saintess? You definitely did. No. It's a welcoming party, a welcoming party. Margarita dodged eye contact as she broke into a nervous sweat, and Junior's eyes twitched. So, I was invited. But what exactly is this gathering about? Lily pulled out the cafeteria's menu to answer. It's just as the name suggests. We unite as female heroes and mercenaries in Crossroad for our rights and have some chats, drink some booze, and get along. So it's just a casual get-together. Deflated, Junior sank into her chair. She initially thought it was some grand event based on the name, but apparently not. Well, having a space like this isn't so bad, right? Lily lifted her hand with a bright smile. The cafeteria owner hurried over, and Lily ordered a bottle of wine and a few simple appetizers. We should at least be friendly among ourselves in the grim monster front lines. It was a great idea by Miss Evangeline. Oh, and she's covering all the meeting expenses. At that, Junior's eyes lit up. Well, if that's the case. Soon, wine and appetizers were arranged on the table. The 3 women awkwardly toasted their filled glasses. So, shall we? To commemorate today's victory? Cheers. Even the clink of their glasses seemed awkward. Lily savored the aroma of her wine. Margarita downed her shot, and Junior took a small sip before grimacing and putting her glass down. Though their drinking styles differed, the atmosphere eased as soon as alcohol entered the equation. Before long, the 3 women were giggling and gossiping away. Come to think of it, all the members of our group are single, right? As a new bottle of wine and appetizers arrived, Lily shifted the conversation to the topic of romance. Saintess Margarita, you're such a beauty. Don't you have a boyfriend? Margarita, clad in her priestess robes, was undoubtedly a head-turner. Although she'd been developing dark circles under her eyes lately, after downing a glass of wine, Margarita shook her head with a sour face. I've pledged my life to the goddess. I have no interest in romance or marriage. Priests are all the same. Boring. Lily, visibly annoyed, shifted her target. What about you, Juju? Between magic training and providing for my siblings, I'm too busy. And as you can see, my face isn't exactly inviting romantic opportunities. Junior had a vivid burn scar on the left side of her face. She continued with a bitter smile. Also, I don't think you'll be living much longer. So I'm dating myself. I'm in love with magic. That's more my style. Junior lifted the mood with her hearty laughter. Lily and Margarita joined in. That's right, who needs men? I'm in love with myself. Let's live as fabulous career women. Just as the three women were about to toast with a unified yay, an unexpected, dreary voice interrupted. You never know what life has in store for you. Startled, the three women turned to see an officer in imperial uniform, Reyna, holding a cigarette, seemingly out of nowhere. With a smirk, Reyna extinguished her cigarette and winked at Junior. Even when you think you're going to die here, you might find yourself living much longer than you thought. Lives unpredictable. Junior frowned. What brings you here, Officer Reyna? We didn't hear you were coming today. You're so cold. Didn't I hear something about a Crossroad Women Heroes and Mercenaries meeting? Reyna nonchalantly pulled out a chair and joined the table. I may be temporary support, but aren't we comrades fighting on the walls of Crossroad? I think that gives me the right to join. Reyna stretched her arm and placed it over Margarita's shoulder. Isn't that right, Saintess? Eek. Eek. Ah, no one's going to eat you. If you shiver like that, they'll be offended. However, Margarita, who had once been the target of a direct assassination attempt by Reyna, was trembling, almost teary-eyed. Junior growled menacingly at Reyna. Would you kindly leave, Officer Reyna? We have no desire to associate with you. That's harsh. Didn't we coordinate pretty well in today's battle? Reyna poured herself some wine and took a sip. Fine, I'll state my business and leave. Hey, Jupiter's daughter. My name is not Jupiter's daughter. It's Jupiter Jr. Isn't it the same? Well, when you think about it, yes. Junior, who was at a loss for words, saw Reyna flash a sly smile at her. Your magic today was impressive. Who would have thought you'd not only build your spell formula around Yang, but also incorporate Yin? If the old geezers at the Ivory Tower saw that, they'd be dumbfounded. Truly genius. A paradigm shift in modern magic. Junior rolled her eyes, unimpressed. I just mimicked vampire magic. That's all. It's still remarkable that you integrated it into human magical formulas. Your name will go down in history. So what's the point? You came here just to compliment me? Thanks, I guess. Would you mind leaving now? Reyna flashed another smile at the surly Junior and blurted out, your dwindling lifespan. There's a way to extend it. Junior's eyes widened. What did you say? Leaving someone as talented as you with a short life would be a travesty for someone devoted to magical studies like me. That's why I'm making this offer. Thud. Reyna placed her half-empty cup on the table, pushed her chair back and stood up. If you're interested, come find me. I'm stationed in the barracks with my subordinates. I'll be waiting. Now, if you'll excuse me, sorry for the intrusion. Enjoy yourselves, young ladies. As Reyna gracefully exited the cafeteria, she turned around with an, ah, and, date while you can, you got it. And with that, she left the establishment. The tension in the air loosened almost instantly. Lily let out a long sigh, and Margarita slouched in her chair. She's really uncomfortable and scary. Me too. Did you see her fire that wind magic at me, and now she acts like we're pals? Creepy. Ugh. I need another drink. Lily ordered some more snacks, and Margarita started blowing on her liquor bottle. Junior kept staring at the spot where Reyna had disappeared. Extend my lifespan? Is that even possible? It took a while for the awkward atmosphere to clear and for things to get back to normal. Junior shifted the topic to break the ice. So, what about you, Senior Lily? Not dating anyone. Who? From the way you brought up the topic of relationships, you seem to be the most interested, aren't you? Junior grinned, fox-like. Clearly flustered, Lily eventually let out a deep sigh. Well, there was a guy I thought was decent. Oh, we were getting along, even had dinner together. It seemed like the right timing to get closer. But it turns out he was deceiving me. It was about Godhand. Lily sighed deeply, her face flushed from the alcohol. I thought he was a decent guy. Sigh. This is why you can't trust other races. The atmosphere grew heavy once again. As Junior and Margarita awkwardly sipped their drinks, taking cues from Lilith's mood, a young girl's voice chimed in. Hee hee, love, huh? What an interesting topic. The voice belonged to a young girl. The trio looked up in surprise as Evangeline, wrapped in bandages from head to toe, walked into the cafeteria. Evangeline? Shouldn't you be resting? Ah, it's just a minor injury. I'm fine. I couldn't bear missing out on the night of our victory, so I came out. Evangeline then introduced her companion. This is Elise. She came from the Imperial capital and helped us in the recent defense battle. I've temporarily added her to our group. I am Elise from the Winter Silver Merchant Guild. Although it's a temporary membership, pleased to meet you. A woman in a maid's outfit, who was also a swordswoman, Elise bowed gracefully. She then scanned the group with her cold navy blue eyes. Also, fortunately, it seems none of you consider Prince Ash as a love interest. He has already chosen someone. Please maintain this attitude moving forward. Prince Ash belongs to my master, Lady Serenade, so don't get any wrong ideas. Elise tossed out this gauntlet. Caught off guard by her blunt remark, Evangeline awkwardly scratched the back of her head. Oh, is that so? He's made up his mind already? I see. To think he had chosen me. She's misunderstanding something. Evangeline twisted her body in embarrassment. Ah, how foolish of me not to know his heart. That's awkward. Understood. Elise. I'll make sure to keep any loiterers away from him. As expected of Evangeline, you possess the wisdom befitting the heir to the Margrave of Crossroad. Thank you. Why would I let people stick to him? Ahahaha. Indeed. Quite the fitting sentiment. He. Amidst the slightly off-key conversation, they ordered more food in high spirits. It was all meat, as if to cater to the warriors. Now everyone drink up. I'll cover all the costs. Beaming, Evangeline suddenly put on a serious face, stretched out her hand, and slowly clenched her fist. And then, by expanding the influence of CWHMRPC, I'll eventually gather all the female heroes of this city and gather and then take control of Crossroad. I mean, you'll eventually take control of it anyway, as the heir to the Margrave of Crossroad. Everyone thought that, but there was no reason to refuse free wine and snacks. The party atmosphere deepened. Evangeline and Elise ate meat, Saintess Margarita began drinking again, and Junior was lost in thought about the words Reina had tossed at her earlier. As for Lily, what mission could he have taken that's keeping him from returning? She grumbled to herself, thinking about Godhand. Miss Lily, my team and I are departing for our mission now. If we can return safely, I wish to apologize in person then. We'll be on our way. After saying that, he had been silent for a long while. Maybe Godhand had left this front line for good. He might not return. Maybe he ran away without looking back, ignoring the mission altogether. Elves were all like that, really. Liars. Lily muttered as she took a sip from her glass. Liars. At the same time, the 3 members of Shadow Squad were hanging in the underground dungeon. Godhand, Bodybag, Burnout. All 3 were bloody, having endured brutal torture. Godhand, in particular, was so battered that his face was a mess of blood. Chained by the neck and both arms to the cold iron of the dungeon, they hung like cuts of meat in a butcher's shop, utterly pitiable. Blood dripped, drip by drip, through Godhand's green locks. His eyes slowly opened, blurred. He heard something. Clop, clop, the sound of shoe heels hitting the floor. Then, with the harsh creaking of an iron door, someone entered the dungeon. You've got some nerve, you elven spies. Straining his blood-soaked vision, Godhand looked ahead. You dare crawl before me of your own volition. Standing there was a dark-haired girl wearing a silver crown. She looked barely 10 years old, but that was deceptive. She was actually 120 years old. Her name was Duskbringer, derived from the name of her dragon ancestor. She had many titles: Duchess Bringer, the Dragon Lady Sovereign, and simply the Dragon Lady. Her dragon eyes, like those of a reptile, had vertical slits for pupils, radiating the aura of a malevolent dragon in her small frame. The Duchess who stood before the prisoners grinned wickedly. "So, how would you like to die?" Chapter 207. When they were still known as the Aegis Special Forces Team 8 and were part of the Empire's covert operations, they were dispatched to the Bringer Duchy. There, they assassinated Everblack Empire's diplomatic envoy and created a casus belli. The mission was a success. The Everblack Empire covered their tracks skillfully, pinning the blame on the Bringer Duchy. Relations between the two nations deteriorated, eventually leading to war. The Bringer Duchy was reduced to ashes. And so, Aegis Special Forces Team 8 were disposed of after their mission was completed. They were sent to Crossroad as death row inmates. It was Ash, the Imperial Prince, who took them in and gave them a new name, Shadow Squad. "Giving us a mission to infiltrate Bringer Duchy again?" Chained and bloodied, Godhand sneered. "You are cruel, Your Highness Prince Ash." Godhand, Bodybag, and Burnout. This was the mission Shadow Squad had received from Ash. Infiltrate the Bringer Duchy discreetly, make contact with the Duchess of Bringer, and deliver my letter and message. Having carried out a secret mission in the Bringer Duchy before, the Shadow Squad was well acquainted with the territory and situation. Even though it was a battlefront, engulfed in the flames of war, occupied by Imperial forces and swarming with rebel guerrillas. Even if the place had become a field of corpses, littered with refugees, deserters, death, starvation, murder, and arson. Even if this horrific scene was, perhaps, a disaster they themselves had created. Shadow Squad accomplished their mission in this hellish landscape. After about a month of searching, they finally located the Duchess of Bringar's hideout and successfully made contact. But the Duchess was not so naive as to simply receive the letter and send them back. Her country was ablaze. The Bringer Duchy was on the brink of destruction. In such circumstances, a letter from the enemy prince, delivered by enemy special forces who were already suspected of triggering the war and were currently wanted, was not going to be received kindly. Godhand, Bodybag, and Burnout were immediately captured by the Duchess' subordinates and severely tortured. But even after days of near-fatal torture, none of them uttered a single word. Finally, the Duchess of Bringer decided to interrogate them personally. "So, how do you wish to die?" With jet-black hair like ebony, a dark dress, and pumpkin-colored eyes, she looked like a young girl. But in reality, she was a transcendental being of 120 years, harboring a malevolent dragon within her. The Duchess of Bringer snarled, her mouth revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. "The sin of underestimating adults is grave. I'm already low on magic power. Perhaps it wouldn't be so bad to chew you all up alive." "No, that would be too easy for you. To make you feel the pain that my people have felt, it would be better to slowly rip you apart, starting from your fingertips and toes." The Duchess took a step forward and gently pressed Godhand's toes with the heel of her shoe. The force coming from her petite frame was unbelievably oppressive, as if a giant rock was crushing Godhand's toes. The pain was unbearable, but Godhand barely managed to stifle a moan. "No, it's still not enough. Physical pain alone won't do." When Godhand managed to endure, the Duchess of Bringer chuckled and lifted her foot. Then, she pushed her sparkling dragon eyes into Godhand's face. "Let me burn your souls in the realm of flames. Even the most valiant warriors have crumbled in the face of a soul-burning agony. You will soon follow suit." She genuinely had the capability to do so. She was from the dragon-blooded lineage of the Bringer Duchy, the sole possessor of dragon's blood in her generation. And that was none other than the Duchess of Bringer standing before him, Duskbringer. Yet, Godhand remained unfazed. His mouth slowly opened as he looked intently at the small Duchess who was threatening him. "First, I'd like to clear up a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? We've never ambushed the you. We just conveyed the message and letter from our master." "Ha!" Sneering, the Duchess of Bringer took a letter from her bosom. "Do you take me for a fool, elf? With that, she slapped Godhand's cheek with the letter. Despite being hit with a piece of paper, the impact was immense enough to make blood spurt from Godhand's lips. The Duchess read the contents of the letter aloud. The third prince of the ever-black imperial family, who is currently in charge of the southern front of the empire, says he'll provide refuge and assist in rebuilding if I escape there? Isn't the most useless rascal in your imperial family the third prince? And such a person suddenly sends me a secret letter, leading me to a monster-infested battlefield. And the one who delivers this letter just happens to be the very people who killed my diplomatic ambassador. How can I possibly trust this letter? It's much more believable that it's a trap to kill me. If it were a trap, it'd be too cumbersome. As Godhand spat out those words, the Duchess' pumpkin-colored eyes widened. What did you say? If we intended to ambush you, our imperial forces would have surrounded this place a few days ago when we discovered your hideout. The Duchess' eyes narrowed. Godhand continued. At this point, there's no chance of winning in this region. Your best option is to pull out. If you are captured, the Bringer Duchy will truly be finished. So you're telling me to abandon my country and run away. Isn't that already under consideration? The Duchess didn't counter, because it was true. The tide of the war had tilted too far for guerrilla tactics to work. There was no doubt that the Bringer Duchy had lost this war. If you escape, there are multiple options. There are allies in the west and nations in the north with whom you've built long-term relationships. That's why imperial forces are already stationed at the northern and western borders of your duchy. But the southern border is relatively weakly guarded. There's no country to the south that could rebel against the empire, and going further south only leads to the monster-infested lands you mentioned. Even if you escape there, you would lack a foundation to plan for the future. Strength filled Godhand's voice. Everyone thinks that way, which is why you are planning to escape south, said Godhand. The Duchess, who had initially dismissed the idea as nonsense, now listened intently to Godhand's words. The southern front is vast. It's a monster-infested area, just like you said. Hiding there would make it practically impossible for the imperial forces to track you down. Moreover, mercenaries from around the world are gathering on the southern front. There's no better place to rebuild your military power. Plus, you'd be close to the kingdom, allowing you to exert influence. The Duchess chuckled. Quite a compelling argument. Did your master instruct you to say this? Yes. You were sent here knowing you could die? Yes, Godhand responded without hesitation. And we were sent with the understanding that you wouldn't kill us. What? We serve as evidence. Godhand nodded gravely. Evidence that Ever-Black Empire initiated the war. Exclamation point. By sparing us, you'll have witnesses for the future. To prove that the Ever-Black Empire deliberately caused this war by assassinating their own ambassador. So you, the executioners, are offering to testify? Yes. For a moment, the Duchess' youthful face was tinged with the stern visage of a ruler. In international politics, the logic of power often prevails. Debating the trivialities of an ongoing war may not be particularly meaningful. However, the Duchess was in a position where he had to gather even the smallest means for a counterattack. How this testimony could be used later was unknown to anyone. Interesting. So Ever-Black is as cunning as it appears. The third prince isn't a simple fool after all. The Duchess smiled briefly, collecting his thoughts. Quite entertaining. But Elf, you haven't mentioned the most crucial part. What does Ever-Black's third prince aim to accomplish by involving me? Godhand answered calmly. He asks for your support. Support? Yes. In the war against the monsters, he requests your support while you stay at the southern front. Astonished, the Duchess furrowed his brows. So you're saying, just to deal with mere monsters, he wishes to summon me, the Dusk Dragon of the Bringer Duchy? Yes. Ha 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 ha. To think he's aiming to use a big fish only to get devoured himself. That third prince is quite fearless. With a sneering laugh, the Duchess' eyes soon narrowed dangerously. I'd love to meet him and size him up, but that won't happen. Standing tall with his small frame, straightening his back, the Duchess declared, I will not flee, nor seek asylum, nor escape. I will fight and die in this land till the last moment. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I am the queen of this land. This godhand chuckled. My former king said the same thing. Your king? Who are you talking about? I'm referring to the previous elf king, the ruler of the elves. Recalling the distant past, Godhand muttered with a bitter smile. He valued his honor more than his life, and in doing so lost his life. As a result, we elves who lost our leader had to scatter in all directions. Now, we've lost our nation and live lives worse than slaves. If you are truly a queen, should you not prioritize the future of your people over preserving your honor through death? The young face of the Duchess contorted in rage. How dare this pointy-eared wretch offer advice to... Just then, Your Grace, a knight who had been waiting outside burst hurriedly into the prison. The Duchess' eyes narrowed. What's going on? The Imperial Army has located us. They've started the bombardment. Boom! Hud hud hud. Almost as the words left the knight's mouth, the building shook violently, and accumulated dust fell to the ground. The encirclement is tightening. Moreover, Lark has been confirmed to be leading their forces. Lark Avalanche Everblack, the first prince and the strongest knight of the Empire. It appeared he had personally come. The Duchess gritted her teeth. That arrogant brat, if it weren't for the disparity in troops, I'd tear him apart in a heartbeat. Your Grace, you must evacuate immediately. The retreat path to the next hideout is secure. Please, this way. Fine, understood. Reluctantly nodding, the Duchess gestured towards Godhand. And bring these people as well. A cruel mischief flickered in the Duchess' eyes as she looked at Godhand. But there's no need to keep all three alive. One will suffice for our purposes. So, let's see. The Duchess casually swept his gaze over Godhand, Bodybag, and Burnout. Who should live and who should die? The next day, Crossroad, the Lord's mansion, the Lord's bedroom. Having woken up, I lay blankly on the bed, staring vacantly at the ceiling of my newly restored room. Adorned with antique interior, I did nothing but lie down. Stage 9 already, huh? Just yesterday, Stage 8 had ended, and we celebrated late into the night with a victory banquet. Now Stage 9, and after that ends, Stage 10 is coming up fast. The next boss stage was rapidly approaching. During the last boss stage, Stage 5, a legion of vampires had appeared. At that time, I had lost 9 heroes and as many as 146 soldiers. I can't afford such losses again. I need to prepare more thoroughly this time. Boss stages are incomparable to normal stages. The quality of the enemy forces is on a different level. I also need to prepare the best equipment possible and train well-prepared heroes. Even though it's just Stage 9, better to prepare in advance. Still no word from Shadow Squad. The 3 members of the Shadow Squad I had sent to Bringer Duchy have yet to return. I had decided to accept the Duchess of Bringer and her party in this game iteration. Since I was going to accept them, I sent the Shadow Squad ahead to scout, aiming to integrate them into Crossroad as quickly as possible. Will they return before Stage 10? Whether the recruitment by the Shadow Squad succeeded or failed, I hoped they would return before the start of Stage 10. Their abilities would be incredibly useful in the defensive battle. Lying in bed, I also organized thoughts about utilizing the support troops from the Imperial Capital and training plans for the Penal Squad. The main party is doing incredibly well, so for now, the focus should be on effectively managing the other party that has multiple issues. Just as I was engrossed in mentally arranging and experimenting with various hero combinations, it happened. Bam! Lord! We have a major crisis. Ader burst into my room, flinging the door open. I languidly opened my eyes and looked in his direction. What is it? What's the matter? Your poor lord was just taking a break after last night's defense mission. This had better be important. Damien has. Ader was tearing at his hair, shouting in agony. Damien got into trouble. What now, Damien? What have you done this time? Chapter 208. Damien. The voice echoed. Damien, wake up. That familiar voice resounded. Damien slowly opened his eyes. As his blurry vision cleared, he saw an old, dusty ceiling dimly lit by sunlight. The worn-out blanket, the smell of boiling milk, the creaky bed, and the cold wind coming through the slightly ajar window. Huh? This was the orphanage where he had spent his childhood. As Damien slowly sat up, a girl sitting on his bed put her finger to her lips and hushed him softly. We promised to hike to the hilltop today, remember? You didn't forget, did you? She was a tomboyish girl with cropped hair. Her skin was a rich tan, and both cheeks sported a faint blush. She had long, slender limbs and a mischievous smile. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, Damien smiled back at her. Sorry, Van. I overslept. Hey, it's all right. I knew you'd oversleep. That's why I came to wake you up. She jumped off the bed, but first with an enthusiastic whoop, and extended her hand toward Damien. Come on. Let's sneak out before the director catches us. Van grinned widely. This time, we'll definitely reach the summit. All right? Blushing, Damien extended his hand to hold Van's. But the moment Damien touched Van's hand, boom! Rumble! The scenery around him changed instantly. He was now in a collapsing forward base. It was the battlefield he was immediately deployed to upon his arrival at the crossroad. All around, soldiers screamed as they fell. The cacophony of cannons and the monstrous roars filled the air. Dazed, Damien looked around. Suddenly, he was dressed in blood-soaked priestly robes. Crimson-eyed black spiders swarmed around him. One of the spiders swung its claw viciously, but Damien was too exhausted to move. Damien, move! Someone rushed in and pushed Damien out of the way. Dazed, Damien saw Van's face smiling back at him as she pushed him aside. See, I told you. You always need me to look out for you. Thump, thud, splat dash. A horrifying sound accompanied the mangling of Van's body. Damien screamed, Van! No! Damien kneeled next to Van, who was lodged in a pool of blood. Despite coughing up blood, Van managed a weak smile. Hey, it's fine. You know me, right? Invincible Van. This isn't painful at all. The spider's claws mercilessly shredded Van's body. Her leather breastplate and chainmail shattered to pieces, serving no purpose. No, no, no. Bones were visible and her insides spilled out. Holding back tears, Damien tried to cast a healing spell next to her. I'll fix you, Van. I can do it, just hold on. But his magic power wouldn't gather. He had already exhausted his magic power from healing others. In trying to save others, he had nothing left to heal the most important person to him. Please, Van, let me heal you. Please. Sobbing, Damien's hand was gently grabbed by Van's blood-soaked hand. Damien, with a face scratched up by the monster's claws, Van managed to give a half-smile. Do you remember the day we climbed to the peak behind the orphanage? Yeah, I remember. How could I forget? Don't forget the promise we made then. But Van, without you Damien tried to say something, but Van was already gone, no longer breathing. His eyes closed peacefully, and his head drooped down with a smile. Van. Warmth quickly dissipated from Van's hand. Damien blankly stared down at the face of his lifeless friend. And then everything froze. The spider monsters rushing in with cries, the flames from the erupting gunpowder, the blood oozing from Van's wounds, and the tears streaming down Damien's face, all of it stopped. Only then did Damien realize. This is a nightmare. It's a memory from the past. One that's gone, unchangeable, untouchable. Orlop! A furious cry erupted from Damien's mouth. Is this your doing again? Suddenly, the once peaceful and closed eyes of Van's corpse shot open. A malicious voice seeped from his blood-stained lips. You're always so slow to catch on, Damien. Don't speak through Van's mouth. Get out of my head now. What an odd thing to say. The bloody body twisted grotesquely as Van's corpse stood up straight. I am Van, Damien. Don't spew nonsense. You're not Van, you spider monster. Covering his tear-streaked face with both hands, Damien wailed. Leave Van alone. Let him rest in peace. What difference does it make whether I'm Orlop or Van? Staggering closer, the corpse of Van whispered into Damien's ear. After all, you killed us both, didn't you? From behind his covered face, Damien's brown eyes glowed with a sudden flash. Swiftly extending his right hand, a long magic gun appeared. Black Queen. Damien aimed the barrel forward. Click. The gun pointed directly at the forehead of Orlop, who wore Van's form. There's only one way to end this nightmare, you know? Van, or rather, the Black Spider Queen Orlop, continued to smile leisurely. Give up the fight and escape into a peaceful dream. Damien was about to pull the trigger. But he couldn't. In a blink, the surroundings shifted back to the orphanage of his youth. And the one in his gun's sights was a young Van. Give up the fight, Damien. Let's run away together. Smiling tenderly, young Van whispered. We can live happily here. Damien. Awakened by the shout before him, Damien opened his eyes wide. The devastated forward base, the orphanage from his youth, the corpse of Van, the young Van's smile, Orlop's voice all vanished. It was a bright morning, and he stood in the temple at Crossroad. The white stone walls around him were in ruins, and in Damien's hand was the magic gun, Black Queen. Dazed, Damien looked around. He couldn't comprehend why he was standing there. Calm down, Damien. The muzzle of the gun in Damien's hand was aimed squarely at the man right in front of him, Ash. However, Ash was far from rattled. He spoke with composure. It's me, Ash. Recognize me? Your Highness. Yes, it's me. Calm down and lower the gun. Visibly shaken, Damien lowered the magic gun to his side. A collective sigh of relief filled the air around them. When Damien glanced around, he noticed that his party members had their weapons trained on him. What have I? Struggling to comprehend the situation, Damien asked hesitantly. What did I do? Ash wore a wry smile, as if the situation was difficult to explain. I decided to bring Damien to my mansion for now. After wrapping him in a blanket and handing him a warm cup of cocoa in the reception room, I explained what had happened. That morning, the dark aura emanating from Damien's magic gun, the Black Queen, had intensified to the point where it began to leak outside his room. Concerned, the priests entered Damien's room to find him, previously asleep, now enveloped in a dark aura, swinging his magic gun around like a man possessed. Fearing a catastrophe, my party members and I had hastily tried to restrain Damien, but fortunately, Damien woke up on his own, diffusing the situation. Damien. Damien looked down at his cup of cocoa with a troubled expression. I spoke in a gentle voice. Are you okay? You're not pushing yourself too hard or feeling drained, are you? Your Highness. It's okay to be honest with me. You know that, right? Biting his lip and bowing his head, Damien hesitated before opening his mouth. Recently, I've been having nightmares every night. Nightmares? I dream of the most painful moments of my life, but I can't distinguish whether it's a dream or reality. I told you before that I had a friend named Van, right? I nodded. Damien had told me about a friend who had died when I saved him during the tutorial stage. In my dreams, I constantly see Van dying. She dies and dies and dies again, trying to save me, torn apart horrifically. And I just stand there, helpless, watching. Damien bowed his head even lower. Whenever I go through this torture all night, and my heart is tattered, Orlop appears. Orlop, you mean? The monster queen contained in this magic gun. The Black Spider Queen we had killed in the tutorial stage. Her name was Orlop. Orlop makes me an offer. She says that if I give up fighting her, she'll send me to my most beautiful memories. Damien's hands, holding the cocoa cup, trembled. And then she shows me my childhood, the happiest time of my life. Everything is peaceful and warm in that dream, and Van is alive. I don't know what to do. But if I resist, the dream quickly breaks, and I return to that day at the forward base. And I watch as Van dies before me, over and over. To think he was undergoing such mental torture. I looked at Damien with a concerned gaze. So the cause is Black Queen. My eyes briefly scanned over the magic gun situated at Damien's feet. It must be because of the newly unlocked option for this nightmare slayer. Orlop's hunger. The user becomes consumed by a nightmare, revealing their inner darkness. If the user wins the struggle for control against the nightmare, the darkness disappears. If defeated, the user is completely devoured by the darkness. It seemed that he was caught in this struggle for control. I thought he'd just emit some dark aura and display some adolescent awkwardness before overcoming it, but it seems the issue is more complicated than that. Damien, how about just scrapping that magic gun? Even if it's good equipment, Damien with Farsight is far more valuable. When I cautiously spoke up, Damien quickly waved his hands, visibly startled. And no, don't do that. I will. I will overcome it, Your Highness. But, I mean it. I'm not so weak as to be defeated by a nightmare like this. But you were weak. Wasn't he nearly consumed by that nightmare just today? Hence, losing control of his body and causing a scene? Give me another chance. Damien pleaded earnestly. This is my nightmare, my darkness. Therefore, I should be the one to solve it. Please give me the opportunity to reconcile my memories, Your Highness. Seeing Damien speak so desperately for the first time, I involuntarily nodded, granting him permission. Fine. But remember this, Damien. If something like today happens again, your gun will be confiscated immediately. Understand? At this, Damien's face lit up. Yes, Your Highness. Trust me. Heh. It seemed he regained some of his composure. I even saw the awkward adolescent smile make a return. Damien hurriedly gulped down the remaining cocoa and swiftly picked up the Black Queen, rising to his feet. I'll take my leave now. Sorry for causing you trouble today. And with that, he hastily exited the mansion, holding his magic gun close to his chest. I looked at the spreading black aura behind Damien and clicked my tongue. If Damien could overcome this darkness, it would be a chance for him to grow. But if not, the risk was too high. From a strategic perspective, disposing of the Black Queen would be the right choice. However, give her back to me. Give my friend back. I remembered what Damien had screamed at me when we first met during the tutorial stage. I also recalled the words he had muttered when he faced a cursed mental attack in the underground passage during the path of the Overlord dungeon. I'm sorry, Van. I'm sorry for surviving. I messed up. So, Damien was a cheat character. He was my ultimate trump card, capable of carrying me to the end of this game. But he was also a fragile and ordinary boy. I wished for Damien to find happiness, to shake off the regrets and guilt of his past and to forgive himself. And to do that, he had to learn how to confront his past. Hang in there, Damien. I decided to trust Damien's judgment, to believe in his confidence that he could overcome this darkness. And I hoped this process would help him grow mentally. It didn't take long for me to realize that this decision was a mistake. Chapter 209. That afternoon, Elise returned to the Imperial capital. It seemed her necessary investigation at the Silver Winter Merchant Guild was concluded. She mentioned that the next time she comes, she would bring manpower to construct a guild branch. And please take this. Elise opened her sword coffin and took out a dagger, handing it to me. Because you appeared to be somewhat lacking in emergency defenses. Spirit Crasher, SR, LV.1. Category, Dagger. Attack Power, 0. Durability, 1/1. Deals a stun effect on the target's soul. The stun duration lasts up to 5 seconds and may decrease depending on the target's magic power stat. This equipment is one-time use. A Spirit Crasher. Though consumable, it was a dagger that could reliably stun enemies. Such a rare item to gift me. I quickly took it and stowed it away. Thanks, Elise. I'll make good use of it. Don't mention it. Elise smiled meaningfully. Then, enjoy your brief freedom, Your Highness. Huh? Brief freedom? What did she mean by that? But Elise left my residence without offering further explanation, heading off to Crossroad. What did she mean? After a full day of rest. The next day, I summoned my main party members. We were about to embark on a dungeon expedition. I need to accelerate leveling. Most of my main party members hadn't yet reached level 50. I had to get them to level 50 quickly, complete the third job change, and awaken their ultimate skills. The performance gap between characters with and without ultimate skills was like night and day. I instructed everyone to prepare and gather by noon, and by that time everyone had assembled. Lucas and Evangeline were still not fully healed, but their conditions were improved thanks to intensive treatment from the temple. Junior seemed fine too, having had a good rest. As for Damien, he was surly. Absolutely surly. He was now emitting a dark aura from his entire body and clutching what seemed to be a precious gun to his chest as if his life depended on it. Oh boy. I gave strict instructions to the other party members. See how bad Damien looks? If you think he's totally losing it, snatch that gun from him. He should be a bit better after that. Everyone nodded. Good. Then let's go. Move out. Now loading. Tip: Defense Tower summon scrolls will definitely drop as you progress through dungeon exploration. Boss monster summon scrolls randomly drop upon defeating a boss monster. Oh, the tip seems unusually relevant right now. The only summonable entity in the defense tower category I could call upon was an automated defense turret. The next tier of defense tower could be acquired by clearing one of the dungeons in the 5th zone. I need to start tackling the 5th zone dungeons starting today. I've been delayed quite a bit. Time to step on the gas. As I was thinking, the light in front of me began to brighten. Flash. As I passed through the teleport gate, I was greeted by the all-too-familiar sight of the base camp. Even in the Lake Kingdom, swallowed by darkness, this base camp was unusually bright. Flames roared all around, driving away the gloom. Today's dungeons, which should we start with? Just as I arrived at the base camp and began planning which of the Zone 5 dungeons to tackle first. Rumble. The ground shook violently, causing the entire city to tremble. My party members and I were startled and grabbed onto whatever was near. What the hell? An earthquake? Was there an earthquake event in the game? It's not an earthquake. Responding to my startled exclamation was Kelly Bay, the dwarf blacksmith who sat unfazed in the center of the base camp. Kelly Bay grinned as he gulped down his drink, bottle and all. It's just the world serpent moving. I frowned. The world serpent? You mean? Jormungand. Wiping some ale from his lips with the back of his hand, Kelly Bay spat out the monster's name. The monster that's rampaging this time is that bastard. What? Shocked, I immediately opened the system window. Even though I hadn't encountered any monsters and had just entered the dungeon, information on the next stage's enemy was already popping up. Enemy information stage 9. LV? 1 unit. Time until start, 10 days. You've got to be kidding me. It's real? The stage 9 enemy window showed only one monster. Though there were many monster armies where the combat power was concentrated in a boss, only one army existed with just a single entity. Jormungand, the world's largest serpent. This colossal monster was the enemy, the army, and the boss of this stage, and it was coming for Crossroad all by itself. Why is it showing up in the first year? This thing usually appears in the second year at the earliest. It was outrageous that Jormungand appeared on stage 9. What was even more outrageous was how I was no longer shocked by these difficulty spikes. The game had been insane for a long time. At this point, a little extra craziness was nothing. Damn it, why are you so cheerful about this? Ha! While the enormous serpent slithered across the Lake Kingdom, causing incredible tremors, Kelly Bay was chugging ale as if he were celebrating something. Well, when that snake is crawling around, you see. Kelly Bay pulled a bucket from behind him and showed me its contents. I can collect a lot of scales. Inside the bucket were silver scales, scattering sharp light like metal shards. These precious things are scattered all over. Why wouldn't I be happy? But we have to risk our lives fighting the creature covered in those precious scales. Seeing my gloominess, Kelly Bay's expression turned sympathetic, and he cautiously spoke. Don't be too down. It'll make you a suit of armor from these. Really? When have I ever cheated you folks with equipment? They'll craft you a fine set. I immediately pointed at Evangeline and added another request. So, could you also make a part that can be added to her shield? Geez, just take everything, why don't you? Grumbling, Kelly Bay gulped down his bottle of liquor. I chuckled. He complains, but he still does it. Hats are Kelly Bay. I then felt a subtle gaze upon me. Turning around, it was Evangeline. She was looking at me with a mysterious smile, somewhat moved, but also as if she'd expected this. What's up with her? You're taking special care of my shield. Teehee. Well, you're the main tanker, so of course, I deprioritize your armor. I understand your thoughtful gesture, senior. Hee. Huh? Yeah, sure. Evangeline seemed a bit off, but I figured she was probably still recovering from our last battle, so I didn't dwell on it. Getting equipment made from Jormungand scales was good news, but there was more bad news than good. Firstly, my plans to explore the 5th Zone dungeon are all ruined. Usually, monsters would gather at each dungeon where we could gain experience by hunting them. But since Jormungand was a singular entity, no monsters gathered in the dungeons. There were no monsters to hunt, so all the dungeons were forcibly closed. This not only halts my item farming plans but also makes experience farming impossible. How would you gain experience without any monsters? This is a significant setback for my leveling plans. At this rate, not only reaching level 50 is out of question, but even maintaining combat readiness for the big monster battles will be tough. The only silver lining is that it's not entirely hopeless. I reached into my inventory and pulled out a round key. Slime Room Key. An item I received as a reward after completing Stage 8. It grants entry to an event dungeon, similar to when I had hunted the Golden Goblin in the Golden Room event dungeon. The Slime Room was the least distinctive among event dungeons, consisting merely of waves of slimes to be killed. While it's purely for experience farming and doesn't offer any items, it's useful in our current situation. I went to find Coco the Severer, the NPC responsible for teleportation at the base camp. Coco, who was concocting suspicious-looking potions in her witch's workshop, greeted me warmly. Hee, a fresh face. It's been a while. Is there a door you'd like me to open? Without a word, I handed her the Slime Room key. Coco nodded and immediately opened a portal for us. A magical door spun open in front of us. This key can open the door 3 times in total, so you can come and go twice more. Thank you, Grandma Coco. I expressed my gratitude and looked back at my party members to begin explaining. We'd be facing an enormously large snake in this defensive battle. And because it's just this one snake, no other monsters will appear in this season's dungeons. Our last resort was to enter the slime room for leveling. The party members all silently nodded their heads. By this point, all the main party members had no doubt in following my commands. Are you all ready? The slime dungeon we're entering has multiple slime waves we need to defeat. Yes, my lord. Let's finish quickly and get some rest, your highness. Lucas responded briskly, followed by a relaxed reply from Junior. Hey. Slimes are nothing. I'll wipe them out in one go. Damien spewed arrogance even with his tired and sleepy voice. Lastly, Evangeline approached and tightly grabbed my hand. She then whispered softly, her eyes twinkling with emotion. I will protect you, senior. Ha! No matter what hardships or troubles come our way, I will be the shield that guards you. Thanks. Heh. Hoo. What's gotten into her? Did she eat something wrong? Confused, I made eye contact with my party members. I have no idea either. Lucas shrugged his shoulders. Junior seemed to know something as she thought. Is it that thing from the other day? But she didn't speak up. Seriously, what is it? Anyway, our party members sequentially entered the magical door. As I was about to follow them in, Coco the Severer, who had been silently observing, suddenly spoke. Be careful. What? Caught off guard, I blinked. Coco covered her mouth and let out a gloomy laugh. Do you know what the darkness in the Lake Kingdom dungeon is made of? The dungeon's darkness? Is she talking about that unique, thick darkness? The Demon King refined the nightmares of the people in the Lake Kingdom into a monster army. What remained remnants of emotions like regret, lingering attachments, and guilt came together to form this darkness. Under her wide-brimmed hat, the witch's eyes flickered like fluorescent lights. Your sniper friend has been tainted by that darkness as well. And darkness attracts darkness. What are you talking about? Simply put, the darkness pooled in the dungeon will be attracted to your friend's darkness. Coco cackled ominously. The base camp here is a safe zone from the darkness, but inside the dungeon, it's a different story. You better brace yourself, hoo. Damn it. Why are you telling me this now? I clenched my teeth and glared at the magical door. The portal to the event dungeon is one way, and there's no way out until we clear it. Damien. A bad premonition ran through me. Gritting my teeth, I threw myself into the magical door. Flash. My vision turned blindingly white. Now loading. Tip. The darkness in the dungeon has driven countless heroes mad. Be sure to bring a light source when exploring. Chapter 210. As soon as we passed through the magic gate, we found ourselves in an event dungeon. The Room of Slimes. Event dungeon, the Room of Slimes. Fight off the incoming slimes to survive. A swarm of slimes is approaching. LV.15 normal slimes, 30 in number. The dungeon room was an open plain, and slimes started pouring in from all sides. However, the party members who had entered before me didn't even bother looking at the slimes. Lucas, Evangeline, and Junior each had their weapons drawn, all surrounding Damien. Whoosh! All the darkness within the event dungeon began to gather, swirling around Damien like a dense fog. It was somewhat similar to the state Damien had been in yesterday morning when he acted out, as if possessed. However, the volume of darkness now swirling around him was incomparably greater. What's going on? I shouted frantically. Lucas calmly reported. As soon as we entered, the darkness within the dungeon started converging on Damien. He's unresponsive at the moment, so we're not sure if he's conscious. Damn it! If it were a mental status effect, my passive skill Unyielding Commander would have restored him just by standing next to him. The fact that he was still like that meant this was something else entirely. I shouldn't have brought him into the dungeon when he's not well. I had thought it would be safer to keep him within my line of sight, but it appeared that I had miscalculated. The dungeons in the Lake Kingdom are the strongholds of darkness and nightmares. It would only worsen Damien's condition, not improve it. Gurgle. From Damien's back, a more vivid and voluminous dark aura than usual poured forth from Black Queen, completely enveloping him. His once sparkling eyes were now cloudy and listless. Damien! It's me, Ash. Don't you recognize me? I yelled, hoping to get through to him. His cloudy eyes rolled to the side to look at me, and then, a sinister smile unlike any I had ever seen before appeared on Damien's lips. Damien is currently dreaming a happy dream. Do not interfere with his happiness, human. I had a gut feeling. That was not Damien. Damn it! I muttered under my breath, and at that moment, clang! Damien's arms, fully consumed by the dark aura, gripped the pistol-shaped magic gun, Cerberus, at his waist. In the blink of an eye, the muzzle was aimed at me. Bang! Bang dash! Flames burst forth. Wham! The next moment, sparks flew off the shield that Evangeline had wrapped around me. Wielding her shield, she deflected the magical bullets, then clenched her magical lance forward. Good heavens, he's completely lost it, hasn't he? I can't believe Damien would fire at you, Senior. Tell me about it. We might have to rethink the rankings of who's most likely to lose their minds in our party. Crack. Just then, Lucas clenched his teeth so hard the sound echoed within the dungeon room. He looked really pissed. While I acknowledge your contributions, to aim your guns at your lord, you need some serious discipline, Damien. Right now, Damien is unconscious due to the influence of that magic gun. I clenched my teeth and pulled out a staff from my inventory. We need to subdue him without hurting him. I shouted at Junior, who was in the middle of casting a spell. Junior, can you hold off the slime wave on your own? Of course, Your Majesty. Junior's magic was powerful, but that was part of the problem. If we're not careful, Damien could get seriously hurt. As Junior held back the oncoming slimes with her area of effect magic, Lucas, Evangeline, and I closed in on Damien for a physical confrontation. That was the strategy ID devised. Subdue without harm. Not sure that's entirely possible, Senior. Evangeline looked down at her shield, sweating profusely from deflecting magical bullets, and gave a wry smile. Isn't Damien the strongest spear our party possesses? And you're the strongest shield I have. At my words, Evangeline let out an odd giggle. Lucas then shot me a stern glance. And what about me, my lord? You're the strongest sword I have. Satisfied, Lucas let out a hum and nodded his head. Now's really not the time for banter. We just need to take that magic gun from Damien's back. Let's go. On my mark, Evangeline and Lucas charged. Countersniping is something I've practiced to death at the academy. Evangeline, holding her shield out in front, advanced as Damien fired rounds from his twin Cerberus guns. Bang! 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 Ping! Whiz! Ping! However, Evangeline was a specialist in shield skills. She effortlessly deflected the weak magical bullets from the Cerberus guns and rapidly closed the distance to Damien. Tossing aside his emptied Cerberus guns, Damien drew a third Cerberus and a machine gun-styled magic gun called Woodpecker in each hand. And then he fired, not at Evangeline but at the ground where she had stepped. Rat-a-tat. The bullets ricocheted off the ground and flew up in the air. Expecting only direct fire, Evangeline couldn't block or dodge in time, and the bullets hit her calves and thighs. He calculated all the ricochet angles and fired. This insane farsight, overpowered skill. I love it, but it's incredibly problematic when he's an enemy. Ah! Although her legs were armored, the damage was significant. Spurting blood from her legs, Evangeline collapsed to the ground. Damn it! Evangeline! Hop! Right behind her, Lucas, who had been sprinting, reached Damien. Let's clearly establish the pecking order of this party, Damien. Using his level 2 skill step of persistence, Lucas closed the distance every time his foot touched the ground, by several meters. Rat-a-tat. Damien emptied the remaining bullets from the woodpecker, but Lucas tanked the hits with his body and got right up to Damien. His sword was already within striking range. Virum, with his sword still sheathed, Lucas powerfully swung his greatsword. Even if it wouldn't kill him, the swing of the sword carried a menacing weight, capable of easily breaking a few bones. However, bang! Damien fired Cerberus, precisely hitting the tip of the swinging sword. Thrown off course by the bullet, Lucas' sword narrowly missed Damien, slicing through empty air instead. What? Frustrated, Lucas swung his long sword downward again. Bang! 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 3 more times in a row. Damien skillfully shot Lucas' sword tip, diverting the blade's course. Each time, Lucas' attack missed, slicing through nothing but air. It was an uncanny feat, but Cerberus was out of ammo. Without hesitation, Damien tossed his twin magic pistols to the ground and smoothly drew another magical long gun hunter's retribution from his back. He aimed the long gun straight at Lucas. The muzzle was pointed precisely at Lucas' heart. Bang! Boom! Just then, Evangeline lunged in, extending her shield to deflect the magical bullet. Immediately after, Lucas swung his long sword downward again. Damien, unfazed, fired another round from Hunter's retribution, hitting the tip of Lucas' sword once more. Bang! 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 Clang! Ying! Ping! Offense and defense intertwined in rapid succession. As I watched the surreal melee duel unfold between two knights and a sniper, I gritted my teeth. I wasn't idle either. I kept trying to control Damien's mind with my level 1 skill, Gaze of Command. The problem was, Gaze of Command required eye contact to activate. But Damien's eyes, his farsight, seemed to anticipate my intentions. He skillfully avoided making eye contact with me. Even a fleeting moment of eye contact would trigger the skill, but damn his farsight. He was uncannily good at evading my gaze. I considered throwing the stun dagger, Spirit Crasher, that I got from Elias yesterday. But if Lucas' sword swings were missing, there was no way my dagger throw would land. At this rate, someone is really going to get hurt. Hunter's retribution had a clip of 12 rounds. It was about to run out. Once that happened, Damien would draw his last magic gun, Black Queen, and its massive firepower would inevitably draw blood from someone. Isn't there a smooth way to resolve this situation? As I scanned the surroundings, something caught my eye. Slimes. These jelly-like monsters that Junior was currently clearing away with magic. An idea flashed through my mind like lightning, and I couldn't help but shout, "This is it!" I immediately yelled over to Junior, who was in the middle of slime disposal. "Junior, stop killing the slimes." "Huh?" Confused, Junior looked at me, and I urgently commanded her, "Group them all in one place." Bang! The last round from Hunter's retribution was fired. Arg! Evangeline, who had been blocking with her shield, couldn't bear the continuous impact any longer. Her gauntlet shattered into pieces, and she screamed in agony. Damn it! Lucas also gritted his teeth, letting out a groan. Lucas and Evangeline were limited to suppressive attacks, whereas Damien was shooting to kill. The difference in combat power was inevitable. Lucas clenched the hilt of his long sword, grinding his teeth. Does this mean that only blood will end this? Thunk! Damien, without hesitation, tossed aside his empty Hunter's retribution and drew the shotgun he had strapped to his back for the last time. Black Queen, a nightmare slayer, the most powerful equipment on the Southern Front, and the instigator of the current crisis. Whoosh! As Damien grasped the Black Queen, the dark aura swirling around his body intensified. Grrrr. An evil energy emanated from the shotgun, making it hard to even breathe. Shing! Lucas clenched his teeth and drew his long sword from its sheath. If he fires that gun, I can't just swing my sword for suppression anymore. One of us will have to fight prepared to die. Damien smoothly aimed the Black Queen at Lucas' forehead. Lucas widened his eyes, preparing for the shot aimed at him. At that moment when the sniper and the knight were locking eyes, charging their magic and sword skill, something happened. Whoosh! Suddenly, dozens of slimes rolled and poured behind Damien. The colorful, jiggling slimes looked like an avalanche. Startled, Damien immediately turned around and fired the Black Queen. Bang! A single shot penetrated and eliminated the cores of 6 slimes. But there were still plenty of slimes left. Plop! Plop! The clumps of jelly-like slimes gelled together and rained down upon Damien. Go, my slimes! Behind the wave of slimes stood Ash. He had used his level 1 skill, Gaze of Command, to simultaneously mind-control dozens of slimes and direct them to attack Damien. Even though his nose was bleeding from excessive magic power usage and he was plugging it with tissue, the third prince of the Empire looked rather pleased. Any of you who survives and successfully subdues Damien will be permanently on our side. Plop! Plop! Whoosh! Whether or not they understood Ash's words, the slimes charged like a tidal wave. Bang! 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 In a frenzy, Damien fired the Black Queen repeatedly, eliminating dozens of slimes by piercing their cores, but ultimately he was overwhelmed by the remaining slimes and, plop! Cough? He was encapsulated in the wiggly jelly. Would you really forcibly rob this child of his happy dream? Damien distorted his face and shouted. Living in the dreams of the past is happier for him than this hellish reality. Sleeping when he shouldn't be? Obviously, he needs to be woken up. What are you talking about? Ash approached the struggling Damien and swiftly snatched the Black Queen from his hand. The teacher's confiscating this. Pick it up after class. When Ash gripped the shotgun, the dark aura emanating from it vanished as if it were a lie. Ash finished his statement with a stern face. Serve your punishment until then. Damien, kneel and raise your hands inside that. Above the flailing Damien, the remaining slimes finally poured down. Chapter 211. In a small orphanage built halfway up a rural mountain, Damien and Van grew up. The director of the orphanage, who had lost a son to war, took in war orphans. The director was wealthy, and occasional donations came in. At a glance, the orphanage seemed to be in decent shape. Well, if you excluded the fact that the director was a violent psychopath. Damn brat. Act like Willer. You're supposed to act like Willer. Willer was the name of the director's deceased son. The director had taken in the orphans for one reason alone. He couldn't accept the fact that his son was dead. So he raised substitutes. He called all the children in the orphanage Willer. Both boys and girls had their hair cropped short and were forced to mimic Willer's mannerisms and speech. If anyone deviated even slightly, whack, whack, they were beaten senseless. My Willer wouldn't act like this. You'll be punished until you become Willer. It's your fault. Understand? It's your fault for not being Willer. The children in the orphanage all bore slap marks on both cheeks. This was because, when administering discipline, the director would slap each cheek alternately. Their lips were split, teeth knocked out, and cheekbones bruised. You know Father loves you, right, Willer? After the discipline sessions, the director would gently whisper as he personally applied medicine to their wounds. The children, trembling in fear, still yearned for the director's love. In this small world called the orphanage, the director was a god. If they didn't receive his love, they received his hatred instead. Among the children, Damien was hit the least, because he resembled Willer the most. Naive in demeanor and acting respectful due to fear, Damien was favored by the director. Damien, too, did his best to accommodate the director's whims. On the other hand, the child hit the most was Van, because she didn't even pretend to try and be like Willer. Van openly defied the director and got beaten every single day. Even if the director beats me all day, I'll never become Willer. In fact, I can't. Unafraid of the director's beating, Van always shouted defiantly, I am Van, not your dead Willer. Damien couldn't understand Van, who rebelled and got beaten only to be put in solitary confinement. You could avoid the beatings by bending just a little. You wouldn't be in pain if you just became Willer, even a little. One day, after Van had been severely beaten and left in the storage room, Damien approached her and asked why she endured it like that. Instead, Van shot back with a question. How can you live like that? Ha! You're not Willer, you're Damien. Shouldn't you live as Damien? Speechless and stunned, Damien looked at Van, who then offered a sly smile. Even if it kills me, I'll live as Van. Just watch. Her words were powerful, but ideals were distant while the director's beatings were near. Van got beaten every day. Secretly, Damien would heal her. The boy had a power to heal wounds. They grew closer over time. Heh heh. Every time he healed her, Van would always put on a tough front. Heh heh. This doesn't hurt at all. Is it me, or are your blows getting weaker, director? Or maybe I'm just getting tougher. It wasn't that she was wrong. She was growing faster than most of her peers. But even so, she was still a kid. Despite being beaten to a bloody pulp, she always boasted that it didn't hurt. One day, Damien grew curious and asked, Why do you act so tough? It's not an act. You're clearly pretending to be strong. It's not pretending, she retorted, stuffing a cloth into her bleeding nose. Later on, I will become really strong and powerful. I'm just acting like that future version of myself. Damien tilted his head, not fully understanding. She gave him a half-smile. Whenever you reach a point where you can't stand it anymore, just pretend to be a stronger version of yourself like me. It might help. So, should I chuckle like you? Heh. Heh. Exactly. That's where you start. If I act tough like you, can I be brave like you? Can I stand up to the director, to this cruel world? Damien didn't know. He didn't even have the courage to try. Time passed. Among the rapidly growing children, she stood out for growing exceptionally fast. She had become the tallest among the orphans. Her chest filled out and her bodice shape changed. When they were younger, the boys and girls all had their hair cut short, so it was hard to tell them apart. But when puberty hit, there was no hiding the differences anymore. The girl was steadily becoming an adult. Her growth and her knack for drawing the director's ire meant that she took on various chores around the orphanage. She worked her body to the bone, staying mostly in the storage room. That allowed her to stay out of the director's sight. Just as Damien had a talent for healing magic, she had a talent for swordsmanship. She practiced every day with a crude wooden sword, careful not to get caught by the director. Heh, just you wait. One day, my swordsmanship will slash that broad forehead of yours wide open. She continued to grow, but her signature bravado never waned. Not even on the day she took the blame for a cup that Damien had broken, and was beaten black and blue by the director. Do you think I'm some weakling? I could take a beating all day and it wouldn't hurt anymore. Oh, ow. Heal me gently. Even when the daily beatings left scars on her cheeks. Don't these look like cute cat whiskers? Hey, not bad. Right? Kind of charming. In this orphanage where every day was a nightmare, she put on an act. She pretended to be strong. And so, she truly became strong. She stood firm, unwavering, defending her own name. Damien wanted to be like her. He liked her that way. Smack. The incident occurred when Damien and she turned 15. Act like you have some will, damn it. Are my words just noise to you? In a corner of the orphanage's storage room, the director once again raised his hand against her. Wiping her bloody lip with the back of her hand, she shouted, "Get a grip, director. Look at me properly." Van pointed to her own body, where the curves of a fully grown woman were evident. "Look at me. I am a woman. I'm fundamentally different from your deceased son." The director's body stiffened. Illuminated by the moonlight, Van's body had grown mature without him noticing. "So, you're not my son Willer, but someone else." The director's eyes took on a sinister look. "Then there's no reason to treat you as my child." "What?" Van's shoulders twitched. Not bothering to hide his lecherous intentions, the director took large strides toward Van. "I fed you and housed you all this time. Time to pay up, eh?" "Don't, director." In a desperate move, Van grabbed a wooden sword from a shelf in the storage room. "Don't come any closer." Ignoring her, the director closed the distance between them. His looming shadow engulfed the young woman. "Take one more step and he'll strike you down with this." With her eyes tightly shut, Van gripped the wooden sword with all her might. "Please, don't come any closer." Through years of training and innate talent, Van's swordsmanship had reached a considerable level. If she truly committed to a strike, the director wouldn't walk away unscathed. "But I don't want to be Willer. I want to be your daughter, Van." Despite any abuse, despite being treated like subhuman trash, the director had raised her. He was something akin to a father. Unable to bring herself to strike, Van hesitated. The director reached out to her just as he closed the gap between them. That's when it happened. Thud. The door burst open and a young boy rushed in, pushing the director away and shielding Van. It was Damien. "Willer!" the flustered director bellowed. "What are you doing, Willer? Move away from your father." I am not." With a trembling voice, Damien stammered. "My name is not Willer. It's Damien." Looking up at the director, Damien finally managed to spit out the words. "And you're not our father. You're the director of this orphanage." Exclamation point. Blind rage filled the director's eyes. Slap. The director's massive hand struck Damien's cheek, lifting him off his feet. Holding him in the air, the director continued to strike him. What sort of backtalk is that, Willer? You are Willer. You must be. I'll correct your manners. Right from the start. Slap. Slap. In no time, Damien was covered in blood. The director roared and raised his hand high. If you can't be Willer, then just die. Just then, crack. Van's wooden sword forcefully struck the back of the director's head. Ugh! The sword splintered in the middle, and along with fragments of wood, the director's large body collapsed, unconscious. Panting heavily, Van looked down at him. Ha! Ha! You piece of shit! Immediately after, she turned her gaze toward Damien. Are you alive, Damien? Damien lay motionless, covered in blood. Van rushed over to him in desperation. Damien, answer me. Please. Damien. Tears glimmering in his eyes, Van muttered something under his breath. In response, a faint sound emerged from the motionless Damien.
Hehe. Don't worry, I'm fine. Hehe.
Damien grinned with a bloodied face. Seeing that forced bravado in his smile, Van burst into relaxed laughter. Ahaha. Ahaha. Stop laughing like that. It doesn't suit you at all. You too. It's never suited you. Haha. It's so unfitting that it's ridiculous. Ahahaha. The two bloodied youngsters looked at each other and laughed for a while, tightly holding each other's hands. That day, they reclaimed their names, Damien and Van. Realizing they could no longer stay in this orphanage, the two decided to escape from the orphanage. They had been preparing for some time, but the opportunity never seemed right. But now, having knocked down the director, they had no idea what he might do next. They had no choice but to make their escape immediately. They'd tried to persuade other kids to join them in the past, but all had refused. All the other children had already become Willers. Only the two of them had resisted and found their names. In the early dawn, when everyone was still asleep, Damien and Van quietly treaded the creaky corridors of the orphanage. Although they occasionally saw other servants employed by the director, they managed to evade them without much trouble. The escape had been rehearsed dozens of times, so it went smoothly until they reached the final obstacle. The main gate, the only passage connecting the orphanage to the outside world, had an enormous, rusty lock. Except for when the director opened it, it remained closed. Van drew her broken wooden sword and stood before the lock. I've been waiting for this day. Taking a deep breath, she swung down hard, shattering the lock. Looking down at the shattered, rusty lock, Van grumbled. I should have done this to that old man's head yesterday. Let's go, Van.
Damien pulled van.
The noise would have been heard. The director might wake up soon. And true to his words, it happened. Willer! Just as they kicked open the main gate and started running, heavy footsteps thundered from behind. It was the director. They had tied him up and locked him in the storage, but had been roused by the sound of the lock breaking. Where do you think you're going, Willer? It's dangerous outside. Chasing after them, the director yelled as they fled towards the back mountain. You are my children. You shouldn't leave this place. Willer! Willer! Ignoring him, they raced up the back mountain of the orphanage. Every once in a while, the director would bring the children for a picnic on this mountain. However, the picnics always ended halfway up the mountain. A tall fence was erected there, like a double-layered prison bar, as if to prevent the children from escaping. The director never showed the children what lay beyond. To those who expressed a desire to go to the summit, he would always say, beyond that mountain lies a horrific nest of monsters. The world out there is a hellish place where even surviving is a struggle. Well, let's head back to the safety of our home, Willer. Crack! Van's wooden sword shattered the lock on the fence. The boy and girl sprinted, breaking the director's prohibition. They reached the peak of the back mountain in no time. Both of them paused, breathless. They were just standing on the summit of a small, rugged mountain, yet the world-breaking dawn was incredibly beautiful. Under the endless sky, the vast land stretched infinitely. Their small world confined to the orphanage shattered in that moment. It's vast. Van tightly gripped the mumbling Damien's hand. Damien, make a promise with me. Huh? Promise? What kind of promise? To explore this entire outside world.
Van grind brightly.
Let's take in this vast world entirely with our eyes. Swear to God, Damien had never seen such a beautiful smile in his life. Her sunburned skin, her short, boyish hair, and the scars on both cheeks from being beaten by the director every day. All seemed beautiful, bleached white under the blinding sunlight and her even more dazzling smile. Promise. Yeah, promise. And so, without even thinking, he nodded his head. Van, who was already smiling, grabbed Damien's face with her hand and, smack, she kissed him. Frozen stiff with surprise, his face flushed, Damien was speechless.
Moments later, van triomfantly shouta.
That was the seal of our promise. Don't people usually pinky swear or something? Heh, that's for kids. Though she herself was a kid. Van took Damien's hand and led him forward. Let's go, Damien. The path down the other side of the mountain was treacherous, and it was unclear where it would lead. Until the end of the world, together. Nevertheless, the boy and girl joyfully leapt into the outside world. It was a dawn where the sunlight shone dazzlingly bright. You must have had a good dream, you're grinning ear to ear. Time to wake up, student Damien. A sudden snarky voice flew into his ears. Startled, Damien opened his eyes. Did you sleep well, sleepyhead? He saw Ash's face, sitting next to his bed and looking down on him. Damien mumbled in confusion. Your Highness? Where am I? You're in your room at the temple. Damien, taken aback, quickly sat up. As Ash had said, it was his familiar room. And then, clank. Strange chains and shackles were installed on the wall. The shackles restrained Damien's wrists. Dumbfounded, he blinked at them. What's going on? Observing Damien's reaction, Ash let out a small sigh. Do you not remember what you did yesterday? Chapter 212. I explained what happened yesterday, and Damien seemed disheartened to hear he had lost control again. This was the second time he had gone berserk. I couldn't turn a blind eye any longer. So, you're under arrest for now. One of Damien's arms was shackled to the wall with a metal chain and handcuffs. It might seem like a harsh measure, but he did open fire on us in his rampage. Precautions had to be taken. Damien didn't have much of a reaction to his imprisonment, but he was visibly shocked by my next words. Also, your magic gun, Black Queen, is being confiscated. You won't get it back for a while. What? A team of wizards and alchemists came to examine you and the Black Queen. They said that the dark energy emanating from the gun is already corroding your soul. I spoke sternly. They recommended immediate severance of contact between you and the gun, and that's what I intend to do. Pale-faced, Damien pleaded with me. Your Majesty, please. I promise to behave if I stay here. Can't you leave the gun with me? What are you talking about? That gun is the reason all of this happened. As if I'd give it back. Who knows what he'd do, spewing out more dark aura. Ever since that gun started emitting black aura, you can neither eat properly nor sleep, right? I heard it from the temple priests. It's for your own good that I'm doing this. Understand that. But, Your Majesty, although I've been suffering from nightmares due to the Black Queen, Damien hesitated before mumbling, I was able to dream of Van. I saw Van's face vividly, someone I thought I'd never see again. That's why I couldn't let go of the Black Queen. So he kept the Black Queen close, even though it brought him daily pain, just to see his friend's face in his nightmares. You must have really cherished that friend. Damien closed his mouth tightly instead of replying. Silence enveloped the room. I looked around Damien's sparse chamber, decorated in the unique, bleak style of the temple. There were few furnishings: a closet, a desk, and a hamster cage. He did mention once that he was raising a hamster. I moved closer to the cage. Cheep cheep. A tiny hamster peeked out from a pile of hay, its small eyes fixed on me. It seemed to resemble its owner. Was that just my imagination? What's its name? Padong, he replied. It's not as chubby as its name suggests. I couldn't properly care for him yesterday. Even a day without proper food makes him lose weight. Is that how hamsters usually are? I've never raised one, so I don't know. Make sure Padong becomes chubby again. And Damien, focus on your own recovery. Pointing to his forlorn face, I slowly headed toward the door. You're benched for the season. Don't participate in the upcoming defense battle. Just recuperate here. We'll talk about the Black Queen later. Exclamation point. Damien tried to follow me desperately but was held back by the chain and handcuffs. He staggered, the sound of metal clinking filling the air, and then he cried out urgently, "But Your Majesty, I have to be there. You've never led a defense without me since you took over this place. You always need my sniping skills." Damien. I opened the door and looked back at him expressionlessly. I once told you to be my trigger. You agreed to do so. Yes. What I need is a gun that aims and shoots according to my will. But you've become a dangerous weapon. Unpredictable in what or whom you might target. Damien closed his mouth and lowered his head. I stepped out of the room. You can't be on the front line in this condition. Focus on your recovery. Your Highness. It's an order from your commander. I gave him a slight smile one last time. It's a rare vacation. Take some time to rest. Leaving Damien with his bewildered face, I closed the door behind me. Thud. We're formulating a strategy to take down the megamonster. At the Margrave's mansion, in the reception room, after summoning all the hero characters except Damien for a meeting, I began. The monster we're up against in this defense battle is called Jormungandr. It's an enormous serpent. This stage's monster, its army, and its boss. A single-entity monster legion. Jormungandr. It's one of the few creatures in the game tagged Megamonster, and for a good reason, it's disgustingly large and powerful. It will crawl straightforwardly from the Lake Kingdom to Crossroad, demolish the walls, flatten the city, and then head north. The appearance of a megamonster in a single-entity form was unprecedented in our defense battles. Even the seasoned heroes who had fought in numerous monster wars, as well as the inexperienced newbies, all swallowed nervously. I made it clear. I must say in advance, killing this creature is nearly impossible. Our objective is strictly repulsion. It's no accident that Jormungandr is called the World Serpent. It's an almost mythical being, set apart from other monsters. The objective in the game wasn't to kill it, but to inflict enough damage to send it back. That's what we'll do this time as well. The serpent has only one principle, to head north. Thwack! As Ader handed me the chalkboard, I continued my explanation while drawing diagrams. While it will attack anything in its path, it is generally not aggressive. It's relatively docile compared to other monsters whose objective is the annihilation of humans. Just then, Evangeline raised her hand. I nodded toward her. Do you have a question, Evangeline? Why does it want to go north? I have no idea. Maybe it knows of some trendy restaurant up there. This was a joke, of course. I suspect its objective is to traverse the world from south to north. The problem is, one civilization gets destroyed with each of its sips. Every town and city in the Serpent's path would be decimated. While other monsters might pass through the southern front line, and we could establish a new front line to fend them off, there's no stopping Jormungandr. As it moves north, it devours civilizations and grows larger. We have to stop it here. If we can't, the entire world is doomed. Everyone's faces grew serious at my explanation. Even Reyna Windwell, who usually had a carefree attitude, and Coolin of the Penal Squad, who still acted like a newbie. There was something at stake on this front line. It was relevant to all of them. So, to sum up, the creature is not highly aggressive. It's more focused on moving northward than attacking humans. Also, it's extremely large. What can we infer from these facts? Despite my question, everyone stared blankly at me, offering no answer. Well, it would be difficult to answer with such fragmented information. So I provided the answer myself. The conclusion is we can climb on it and attack, and it won't do anything. At my words, Evangeline's mouth dropped open. Wait, hold on. What are you saying? So, you mean? Yes. I flashed a grin. In this defense operation, we're not going to be on these walls. I quickly erased the chalk drawing of the wall on the board and drew a path that extended much farther south, to a dark lake. Well, head south and wait at the entrance of the Black Lake. As soon as Jormungandr pokes its head out of the lake, we'll climb onto its body and begin our assault. Whether or not they thought I was serious about climbing onto a snake's body, the heroes all wore expressions of utter shock. Exclamation point. Especially Lily and Saintess Margarita, the scaredy-cat duo, clung to each other and emitted silent screams, playing weak again. It typically takes 3 days to travel from the Black Lake to the walls of Crossroad. For those 3 days, we'll be beating the hell out of this giant snake. I roughly sketched Jormungandr's gigantic body on the chalkboard. The drawing resembled some kind of elongated worm, but they'd get the gist. Its body is massive, and so its neural centers, which command its body, are scattered. I pointed to 3 places on Jormungandr's body sketch: the head, the middle of the body, and near the tail. We destroy the 3 most crucial centers. That will stop it. It's sort of a target destruction mechanism. If we succeed in destroying these 3 points, Jormungandr would have to retreat to its nest to recover. If we fail, it would destroy the wall, devour the city, and keep moving north. So, this defense operation will closely resemble close-quarters combat, landing directly on the giant snake's body, destroying the protruding neural centers. Naturally, this would resemble hand-to-hand combat. This was also why the operation could be planned without Damien. In this mission to defeat Jormungandr, long-range sniping abilities weren't highly needed. 9 days until the next defense operation starts. That means we have just 6 days until Jormungandr sticks its head out of the lake. Because the defense starts at the lake's entrance, the time is even more critical compared to traditional defenses based on the creature's arrival at the walls. During this time, we'll create weapons capable of damaging the creature, and you all will undergo intensive training. I looked around at the heroes. This defensive battle will be entirely different from those we've faced before. We'll have to operate on the monster's body for a maximum of 3 days, so the threat level is unlike our previous encounters with large monsters. I nodded solemnly at all the party members who looked at me with anxious eyes. Brace yourselves. I then announced the formation. The main party of 4, minus Damien. A support party of 5. A penal squad of 5. In total, 14 people were set to land directly on Jormungandr's body to execute this perilous operation. I had decided not to bring any regular soldiers. We would be spending 3 days on the body of a boss monster that exuded malevolent energy. It was an operation that could only be endured by hero-tier characters. As always, the members of the main party nodded with resolute faces. The support party and the penal squad also obeyed my command with stern expressions. If Jormungandr breaks through the southern front and heads north, its path will cross the imperial capital. From the perspective of the support party, it was obviously a situation worth risking their lives to prevent. My homeland is also in that path. With a stern face, Kulin clenched both fists. "I'm willing to risk my life, Your Highness." The penal squad seemed to have their own serious reasons to commit. I gave a faint smile to the bandit king who was burning with determination. Lily and Saintess Margarita. I called out to the 2 who had been anxiously waiting for their names. I gestured to them. "You 2 will stay as reserves in Crossroad." Their faces instantly lit up, but it wasn't the time to rejoice. This defensive battle poses a risk that the city itself may be swept away. Hence, the evacuation of the citizens will also be conducted differently. Previously, even if monsters penetrated the city, they would mainly focus on killing humans and seldom touched the city's facilities and buildings. That's why previous evacuations merely involved temporarily relocating citizens to the north of the city. However, the level of threat this time was different. The entire city could be annihilated. If we don't prepare, in the worst-case scenario, Jormungandr could flatten the city and destroy its infrastructure, putting all the citizens' lives at risk. Lily, cooperate with all the artisans and guild members to construct emergency shelters, water storage, and food warehouses. Establish them in the empty plains northeast of the city. Yes, understood. Saintis, I'll assign labor to you. Construct makeshift medical facilities in the city's northeast. Make sure there are enough beds and medicinal supplies. As you command, Your Highness. I nodded gravely at the two who answered with serious faces. I hope your efforts will prove unnecessary. Their role was to prepare for the worst. Of course, the best outcome would be to repel Jormungandr before it reaches the walls. If the monster does make it to the walls, then all is lost. But I am the lord of this land. Even if the game ends, even if the operation fails, even if the world perishes, I still have a responsibility to those who survive. That's why we have to prepare for the worst. I hope they work diligently, but I also hope that all their efforts prove futile. Reading my thoughts, Lily and Margarita nodded once again. Both of them had now lost their usual timid expressions, instead bearing the faces of heroes of this front line. Chapter 213. After the summon meeting had ended and the heroes were dispersing, Junior was about to leave the Lord's mansion and head to her own hotel room. But Reyna Windwell blocked her way. Hey, Jupiter's daughter. Leaning against the door at an angle, the woman who blocked her path looked like some sort of third-rate thug. Yet, from this elderly mage emanated a peculiar dignity that irritated Junior, who frowned, while Reyna gave a sly smile. Why haven't you come to see me? I've been waiting. Don't you want to extend your lifespan? I know my own condition very well, Lady Reyna. Junior curtly responded and brushed past her. I know all too well that extending one's life is impossible. Do you think I haven't visited 1 or 2 temples to try to cure this illness? Temples, you say? I don't know what you're scheming, but am not foolish enough to fall for such false advertising and become a pawn in your secretive agenda. Walking briskly, Junior continued on her way, but Reyna followed her with large strides. Junior fired back coldly. How about you focus on preparing for the next defense battle? Jormungandr, the World Serpent. Seems like it'll be a first for even you, the Grand Commander of the Mage Corps. Trying to shake her off, Junior was interrupted when Reyna suddenly changed the topic. Did you know, Jupiter's daughter? Typically, mages can only control one attribute. But very rarely mages appear who can handle multiple attributes. And there's a common factor among these multi-attribute mages. Do you know what that is? Making a gun shape with her hand, Reyna went, bang! They've been attacked by magic during their infancy. The elemental attribute of the magic they were hit with as children embeds itself in their magical heart, forcibly awakening their affinity for that particular element. Junior scowled and glared at Reyna, who smiled, crinkles forming at the corners of her mouth. The magic attacks you suffered from in your childhood were Jupiter's lightning and my wind. That's why you can control lightning and wind, on top of your innate water attribute, making you a tri-elemental mage. What are you trying to say? Like Jupiter, I'm also one of the sources of your magic. Your magical parent, shall we say? Snap. Junior pointed her wand at Reyna, growling menacingly. If you utter such disgusting words again, I'll kill you. Whoa, whoa. Calm down and listen. Reyna continued, unfazed. Every time you use magic and cough up blood, feeling the strain on your body, it's because of the residual magical elements carved into your heart. Specifically, it's because of the foreign magical elements that remain there. These elements keep inflicting wounds and burdens on your magic core. But I am the owner of the wind element that remains in your heart. Moreover, I'm Calamity Wind, the one with the most precise magic control on the continent. I can clean up those remnants for you. Reyna extended her index finger, pointing at Junior's left chest. Reducing your magic power's burden should make your heart healthier and extend your lifespan. Convinced yet? I understand. Sure, I understood the principle. However, why are you going out of your way to help me like this? Because you're involved in the attack, like you said? Or is it guilt? A petty sense of duty? Why? I couldn't understand why Reina was doing all this. What did she stand to gain from this? Why was she willing to help? Reina shrugged her shoulders. Does it really matter? Considering the immediate benefits? If you take this spell, it'll certainly do more for your health than munching on spinach and tomatoes. Just answer yes or no. I'm not the kind of woman who badgers people who don't want to be involved. Junior bit her lower lip in contemplation. Reina chuckled at her hesitation. Isn't it foolish to miss out on a valuable opportunity just because of a fragile ego? Exclamation point. I get it if you don't like me, but if enduring a bit of humiliation can save your life, wouldn't it be stupid to miss that chance because of your pride? Reina lightly tapped Junior's forehead with her forefinger. Act like a mage, brat. Act like a mage. If you can live even one more day to achieve magical prowess, you should be willing to sell your soul to the devil. That's what a mage does, right? Junior clenched her mouth shut and glared at Reina in displeasure. And then, she ended up in Reina's room. On the third floor of the barracks, in the officers' quarters, Reina, who had 2 rooms to herself, flung off her military cap as soon as they entered. No need for any delays. Let's start right away. Reina's room was as devoid of personal touches as Jupiter's had been. All that was in there were a few sets of clothes and a pack of cigarettes. Is this how all transient soldiers live? Junior hesitated, uncomfortable and awkward in someone else's space. Reina smirked and gestured toward a seat. Sit wherever you like. Oh, and take off your top. What? We're about to start. You'll be channeling my magic power into yours. Would you rather do it with your clothes on? They'll just get ruined. Ugh. Even though they were of the same sex, the idea of showing her bare body to someone else was unsettling. But her life was at stake here. Reluctantly, Junior turned her back and removed her upper clothing. The left side of her body was marred by rough burn scars. Scars left 15 years ago, caught in the bombings led by Jupiter and Reina. Gazing down at the thin, scarred back of the young mage, Reina remained expressionless. Junior, who had now removed her pointy hat, turned around and rolled her eyes. So, what should I do while you perform the spell? Just one thing. Grinning, Reina placed her hand above Junior's left shoulder blade. Don't pass out. A cold touch made her flinch momentarily. From the tips of Reina's fingers, a magic power sharp as a knife blade began to infiltrate Junior's body. Cough! The pain was unbearable. Blood seeped from Junior's tightly clenched lower lip. Ah, arg! It felt as if thousands of needles were piercing the area around her heart. Shaking violently, Junior endured the agony. With her eyes tightly closed, Reina moved her magic power meticulously to continue the spell, sweat pouring from her like rain. Hang in there, Jupiter's daughter. Just a little more. The spell ended after 15 minutes, but both Junior and Reina were nearly drained, collapsing on opposite ends of a sofa. I almost died. Due to the blood and mucus spewed at the end of the spell, Junior's lips were tinged red. Reina too had burst a nosebleed from the extreme finesse required in managing her magic power. With a cloth pressed against her nose, Reina spoke. I managed to extract some of Jupiter's lightning magic elements that were lingering inside you with your magic power. Of course, not all of it. We'll have to do this about 3 more times to be roughly done. You want to do this 3 more times? Are you serious? Once you feel the effects, you'll be the one begging for more. At Reina's snide remark, Junior lightly gathered magic power at her fingertips. The left side of her chest, which always felt heavy whenever she used magic, now felt lighter. The foreign sensation that had been stifling her chest had noticeably lessened. Opening her lips slightly, Junior moved the magic power at her fingertips around. Was managing magic power always this easy? The stress on her body had substantially reduced. Reina's spell really was effective. Do you believe me now? Puffing her chest out in pride, Reyna smiled, to which Junior hesitantly nodded. It really worked. Thank you. So, you're going to return the favor, right? Excuse me? You didn't expect to get this laborious spell for free, did you? That would be rather conscienceless. Reyna's cheeky smile deepened, making Junior's stomach churn. Sure, the effects were positive and she was thankful, but one of the reasons she had to endure this in the first place was because of Reyna. Having her aggressively push the spell, only to then immediately demand compensation, didn't sit well with Junior. However, that compensation turned out to be lighter than expected. Snip. Lighting a cigarette, Reyna curtly said, "Tell me your story." "My story? What happened afterward? How did Jupiter end up here?" Exhaling a long puff of smoke, the aged sorceress profile seemed lost in deep regret. "Tell me about the 15 years I don't know about, between you and your mother." Junior hesitated for a moment before cautiously asking, "Is that really all you want?" "That's all I want. I really can't understand you." "You don't need to." Crushing the end of her cigarette with her lips, Reyna smirked bitterly. "I don't know why I'm doing this either. Maybe I've grown sentimental with age. You can think of it as an old woman's nonsense. So what do you say?" Snip. Junior pulled out a pipe, lit it and took a puff. The herbal aroma wafted from the end of the pipe. "All right, but in return you have to tell me as well." "Tell you what?" "About the time when my mom was young," Junior said, a little embarrassed. Reyna Windwell smiled warmly and nodded. "I'd be happy to share stories about my younger self, Jupiter Jr." Meanwhile, on the first floor of the barracks where the penal squad was stationed. "Do you really think such a massive snake exists? Last time we got swallowed by that huge slime, remember? That disgusting stomach? If something that large exists in jelly form, why not a snake? Riding on top of such a snake, battling for 3 days, can we really do that? But if we can't, even our homeland is in danger." Coolin's party of 5 sat discussing the upcoming defense mission when, bang! Suddenly, the door to the room swung open with a jarring noise. Startled, Coolin and his bandits looked in that direction. "Come out." Standing there with an emotionless expression was Lucas. Behind him, Evangeline held several sheathed swords, her eyes twinkling as though expecting something. Confused, Coolin asked, "Come out where, Sir Knight?" "There's a training ground over there. Follow me." "But why the training ground all of a sudden?" Before Coolin could finish his sentence, whoosh! Lucas swung down the sword he was holding. "What the hell are you doing, Sir Knight?" Clang! Coolin quickly parried the sword with his fist. Evangeline tossed each member of the bandit party a sheathed sword. Still bewildered, they gripped the swords as Lucas growled, "If you're not coming to the training ground, well, do it here. What exactly are you?" Whoosh! No time for questions. Lucas swung his sword again, and the bandits screamed, narrowly dodging the blow. "Aha! I get it." Coolin, hastily donning his gauntlets to block Lucas' attack, shouted, "You're training us for the upcoming defense mission. Because we're weak in large monster battles. You're attacking us like a savage beast, right? You care about us so much. You're much nicer than you look, Sir Knight." Lucas flatly replied, "No, that's not it. Huh. I just don't like you guys. I'm doing this because I want to beat some sense into you." Lucas' piercing blue eyes flickered like lanterns. "You guys were a nuisance in the last defense mission, right? Can't have that this time. I'd rather break your arms and legs here so you can't even go to the front lines. And that's what I plan to do." All 5 members of the penal squad swallowed hard. They had faced the Empire's army often enough to be wary. They sensed it. This knight was serious. He really intended to beat them to death. "Stand up straight, you ragtag bunch of bandits." Holding his sword in front of him, Lucas growled menacingly. "I'll show you a spell that turns you from bandits into soldiers." Chapter 214. After the meeting dispersed, and the party members went their separate ways to their accommodations, I found myself alone, teleporting into the dungeon. Flash! The base camp was still eerily empty. Despite its ample space, the only NPCs in sight were the magic blacksmith Kelly Bay and teleport specialist Coco the Severer. Originally in the game, this base camp wasn't bustling with activity, but it was never this deserted either. You'd usually see other NPCs fulfilling various roles, and there were always a few NPC adventure parties heading deep into the dungeon. This was the dungeon in Lake Kingdom, a place where all sorts of quests and recruitments took place. Why is it so empty? What could be the reason? As if picking up on my internal thoughts, Kelly Bay approached me, waving his hand, and began to speak. Seems like something big is happening deep in the dungeon. Deep in the dungeon? Judging by the fact that neither the wandering undead nor the adventurers who usually come to me for gear have been seen for quite some time, something significant must be going on. Kelly Bay shrugged. I'm not exactly sure what's happening, to be honest. What event would make NPCs disappear like this? I pondered, searching my memory of past gameplay. You've been popping in and out lately. What brings you here alone today? Snapped back to reality by Kelly Bay's words, I remembered my primary objective wasn't the missing NPCs. Is your offer to craft equipment with the Jormungandr scales still valid? Sure is. ITLL takes some time to refine the scales and craft it, but have you decided what kind of equipment you want? I nodded, then spoke. Please make me a pickaxe. As durable as possible. So durable it won't break even if I use it continuously for about 3 days. Kelly Bay blinked his bushy eyes in bewilderment. Making a pickaxe isn't hard, but what do you plan to do with it? You've seen this stage's monster, right? I plan to take down Jormungandr with it. What? Take down the world serpent? Kelly Bay burst into laughter, clutching his stomach. Ha ha ha. Keep your jokes within limits, young one. The rise of Jormungandr is a natural calamity that happens once every few hundred years. It can't be stopped by human effort. You seem to forget. I'm the commander of the southern front of the Everblack Empire. I exhaled a deep sigh. If a monster is advancing, it's only natural to stop it. By any means necessary. If it were me, I'd just break down the walls and let it pass. It's the most practical way to minimize damage. Sure, that would work for Crossroad. It would create a lot of issues for every other kingdom up north, though. Jormungandr is a devourer of civilizations, an ancient monster that has existed since the gods walked the earth. How do you plan on taking that down? It's definitely a monster from mythological times. I replied flatly. But it has died once before. I had scoured the historical texts of this world, wondering if it would help strategize. It didn't take long to find records. Centuries ago, Duskbringer, the last WRM of the world, had stood in the way of Jormungand. The two mythic-level monsters reportedly fought for 7 days and 8 nights. And on the morning of the 8th day, a verdict was reached. Duskbringer had killed Jormungandr. The Emperor expressed his gratitude to Duskbringer for saving the Everblack Empire, and from that moment on, Duskbringer was destined to protect the Empire until its last breath. It was said that the Emperor and Duskbringer grew so close that they had a child, leading to the birth of the Bringer Duchy. Anyway, a snake with a well-documented death in history. That same snake had resurrected in the dark depths of Lake Kingdom and started moving north again. I suddenly thought of the vampire Lord Celendian. He had said the same thing, that he had perished once but was reborn here. Maybe all the monsters in this dungeon were once dead too. If that were the case, then why? Who had created this darkness in Lake Kingdom, and how had they managed to resurrect these monsters? Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I reminded myself that the immediate task was to stop Jormungandr. He's not invincible, and I know his weakness. I pointed at my head, waist, and tailbone. There are 3 protruding nerve centers. Destroy them, and Jormungandr will give up moving north and return to its nest in this dungeon. The issue is, ordinary weapons won't even scratch him. His natural defense is ridiculous. But a weapon made from his own fallen scales. because it's a scale that fell from his massive body. Ironically, it could hurt him. I see. So you're ordering the pickaxe for that reason. It would be efficient to destroy those areas with a pickaxe. Exactly. Well, climb on the snake's back and chip away at those spots, like mining for or... Kellebay's eyes twinkled suddenly, almost boyishly. Sounds fun. Excuse me? Don't play dumb. I said it sounds incredibly fun. Climbing on Jormungand's back and mining it with a pickaxe? And we can also gather rare materials falling from its body in real time, can't we? Yes, well, that's true. Kellybay took a big step toward me, looking excited. I'll accompany you. What? Excuse me? No need to play dumb. I said I'll accompany you. Kellybay grinned, twisting his mustache. An opportunity to mine a living world serpent? You're not thinking of missing out on this, are you, kid? I can repair equipment on the spot, and even craft new equipment from the materials we gather. How about it? Don't need to say it myself, but I'm incredibly useful. I had no reason to refuse, especially when Damien was out for the season, leaving an open slot in the main party. You must be out of your mind, Kellybay. Ha ha ha. The same goes for you. And so, Kellybay, SR. Guest character. Level 55. Title, The One Searching for the Last Piece. Class, Magic Blacksmith. Strength 19, Agility 5, Intelligence 24, Stamina 29, Magic Power 20. Kellybay had temporarily joined the main party. Given that he was a crafting character, his stats were not particularly high for his level. However, considering that almost all hero characters were combat classes, Kellybay, being a crafting class and having reached level 55, was pretty remarkable in his own right. His skill set, well, it was pretty much useless in battle. All of his skills were specialized for crafting, refining, and enchanting equipment. How the hell did he manage to reach level 55 with those skills? First, let's melt down all the scales we have and turn them into pickaxes. A hammer would be good too. And then, excited as if going on a picnic, Kellybay began to enumerate the equipment he planned to make. Watching him, I couldn't help but smile wryly. In 6 days, Jormungandr will be showing its head out of the lake. You'll need to have all the equipment ready by then. Heh. Don't worry about the deadline. I'm exceptionally good at meeting those. It's always the overly confident ones who end up missing the deadline. The next day, the crafting guilds at the crossroad had also created equipment for us. I heard you'll be fighting on the body of a giant serpent. It'll be hard to maintain balance and move around in such an environment. The head of the Blacksmiths Guild and the head of the Alchemists Guild presented new items. We've created these grappling hook launchers.
TL Note, seid ihr das Essen? Nein, wir sind die Jogger.
I took the offered item and examined it. It was an additional piece of equipment that looked like a gauntlet worn on the arm. A fist-sized hook attached to a silver thread was mounted on the equipment. Fire it like this. Whoosh! The guild leader operated the grappling hook launcher, and with a crisp sound, the hook flew across the room and embedded itself into the opposite wall. The silver thread stretched taut between the wall and the launcher. Once the hook is firmly attached, operate it again, and the device will reel in the thread, pulling you toward the hooked location. He manipulated the device again, and the gears inside the device started whirling, retracting the silver thread and pulling the guild leader towards the wall. Indeed, this would make movement much easier on the serpent's back. Some training would be necessary, but it looked promising. The device runs on the user's magic power. Operating it will consume some, so keep that in mind. Excellent. Prepare 30 of these by today. Yes, Your Majesty. If each person had 2, we'd be set even if one broke. I nodded, looking down at the grappling hook launcher on my arm. Subsequently, all 15 members from the 3 parties of hero characters were equipped with grappling hook launchers and trained in their use. Close combat class characters were naturally adept at using their bodies, so they quickly adapted. The mages, whose devices ran on magic power, also adjusted in no time. Kelly Bay and I struggled to get used to the grappling hook launcher, much to my frustration. Damn it. Human engineers can, create decent equipment too, huh? Kelly Bay, who had been struggling with the grappling hook training, grumbled. But this isn't designed for dwarves. I need to modify mine. And then he started retrofitting his own launcher. He attached a magic booster and even tripled the size of the hook. Soon enough, he started flying around. Ugh, a flying dwarf. In the end, my skill level was the lowest, forcing me to continue practicing the grappling hook even during the team's break times. In addition to this grappling hook training, we also used up our remaining 2 entries to clear the slime dungeon event. Mostly, it was Penal Squad getting acclimated and leveling up. The initial objective of this free exploration to reach level 50 with the main party and farm various items from the Zone 5 dungeon was long gone. However, specialized training to defeat Jormungandr was proceeding smoothly. The focus of this operation may be on the hero characters, but naturally, the regular soldiers also have a role to play in this defensive battle. This was Plan B in case Plan A, the hero party strategy, fails. Using cannons and ballistae, they would hold Jormungandr back with heavy firepower. Of course, this would be a last-ditch effort if Plan A fails. In the face of Jormungandr's thick defenses, human artillery didn't mean much. Still, as long as we're doing some damage, even if minimal, there's hope. So preparations were underway. New mercenary troops were being continually hired and replenished. Their role may be small in this particular defensive battle, but in most stages they play a crucial role. Boom! Boom! Kaboom! Careful with that. Easy. That's all gunpowder, you idiots. If you drop it, you're the one's whole suffer. Hey newbie, the cost of any damaged gear is coming out of your pay. You think you can make a quick buck as a mercenary? You'll just end up in debt. The new recruits followed the instructions of the veteran mercenaries, sweating bullets as they moved and set up equipment. The young-faced new soldiers were in the new uniforms of our southern front, working alongside the penal squad members who were now more spirited than before. I heard that Reyna manages them during the day and Lucas takes over at night. Thanks to that, they were beginning to resemble a proper army. I want to pay these newcomers for as long as they become veterans. I want to give them their salaries, bonuses, and even hang medals on their chests. Until the day when all the strategies are completed, and an army is no longer needed on the southern front, leading to its disbandment. To make that happen, we have to pass through the stage right in front of us. The enemy's invasion is imminent. Observing the busy fortress city, I clenched my fist tightly. As always, time flew by quickly. Only 1 day remained until the operation to defeat Jormungandr. Chapter 215. Operation Jormungandr Repulsion, 1 day before execution. Essentially, all possible preparations had been completed. The heroes had finished their training, and ample quantities of picks, hammers, and other equipment crafted by Kelly Bay had been secured. The ordinary soldiers had also completed their formation drills. The citizens were prepared for evacuation, and shelters had been set up in the northeastern part of the city. And so, on the evening before the operation was to commence, I ordered all the hero characters to rest. They would face a brutal 3 days ahead. I hoped they would spend their last evening in relative comfort. That's why I ordered everyone to rest. I clicked my tongue as I saw Lucas, the knight who had been sticking close to me as my bodyguard. Do you have to follow me even when I told you to rest? Don't you have somewhere to be? Lucas promptly replied, No. You're wasting your youthful years, Lucas. How did you end up being my bodyguard and spending such a dull 24 hours? I feel sorry for you, kid. I appreciate your concern, my lord, but I regulate my own rest and leisure. Like I believe that. He's been following me all day, and even when I sleep, he stands guard outside the door. Does this guy even sleep properly? Come with me. I led Lucas through a winding path to the garden of the Lord's mansion. In a courtyard that overlooked the city were a few dust-covered sunbeds. I casually plopped down on one of them and rested my chin on my hand. Sit down. Huh. Let's soak in the evening sun together. But I have to protect you. Tisk. When I made a clicking sound with my tongue, Lucas reluctantly sat next to me. I brought him here because if I rest, maybe he will too. I stretched out comfortably on the sunbed, while Lucas awkwardly tried to mimic me. From this yard, the cityscape of Crossroad was in full view. Lucas and I spent some time silently looking over the city as it bathed in the light of the setting sun. Lucas. Yes, my lord. Why do you protect this city? I asked out of the blue, and an obvious answer came back. Because you are here, my lord. This guy really needs to develop some unpredictability. His repertoire is way too predictable. Every time he opens his mouth, it's my lord, all unwavering loyalty. And then Lucas added something. I blinked and looked at him. Huh? Because there are other comrades as well. Evangeline, Damien, Junior, Lily, Saintess Margarita, the Shadow Squad, and many other comrades are here as well. Lucas scratched the back of his head, awkwardly. I've come to care about them, so I want to protect them. I looked at Lucas' profile and chuckled. You've grown too. Huh? Me? Yes, you've grown. Originally, Lucas was the main character of this game, the commanding officer on the Southern Front. A knight with the virtues of a leader, caring for his subordinates with a broad perspective. However, unlike the game, I had maintained my position as the commander, and Lucas had become someone who blindly followed and protected only me. I had secretly worried that I was stifling Lucas' growth. Fortunately, it appears that was just my own insecurity. Lucas was growing in his own way, and not just him. I had come to value my other comrades as well. Grinning, I lightly patted Lucas on the back. Let's keep up the hard work tomorrow, Lucas. Lucas grinned back and replied, I'll gladly follow you, my lord. I will protect you with my life. Despite his growth, it seems like his stale dialogue repertoire will never change. I have a feeling. Southeast from Crossroad, the Margrave of Cross Orchard. Evangeline stood in front of her parents' graves. I'm here, father, mother. Holding a bouquet of flowers, Evangeline laid them in front of the gravestones and smiled faintly. You're not mad that I don't visit often, right? I've been incredibly busy, you know? Still, the cemetery felt unfamiliar, right down to her parents' names etched on the gravestones. Evangeline briefly thought that she would never get used to this place. The monster coming this time is said to be a giant snake. Squatting down in front of the gravestone, Evangeline started to sob, her hands cupping her cheeks. Crossroad itself might be destroyed. The seniors are evacuating the citizens and preparing for refuge. It's a bit nerve-wracking since we've never faced a monster like this before. Evangeline glanced at her father's gravestone. I wonder how you would have faced this monster, Dad? Then she stared intently at her mother's gravestone. And what words of encouragement would you have offered, Mom? Laughing softly at her pointless musings, Evangeline said, I'll go now. Dusting off her knees, she stood up and whispered, I will protect it. Our family's village. Looking at her parents' graves, the girl made a vow. I will protect this path that you both risked your lives for, the memories I've had with both of you. A gust of wind blew across the meadow, messing up her bright platinum hair. Evangeline clenched a small fist in front of her chest. Because I am Evangeline Cross. She would fight, as the successor of the Cross family. And thus she would prove that the struggles of the Cross family throughout the generations were not in vain. Clenching her fist tight, she declared, Because I am the future Margrave of Cross. Evangeline's emerald eyes sparkled with resolute determination. Crossroad downtown, the barracks, Reyna's room. A party of 5 mages sent as reinforcements from the imperial capital were holding a quiet meeting. Could it really be the Jormungandr from the myths? If it's as dangerous as the third prince fears, we should respond from the imperial capital level. We are that imperial capital level response. Reyna coldly cut off her subordinates' worries. From the beginning, the imperial capital has been too busy focusing on other fronts. Even if a god of evil were to descend here, they probably wouldn't care. If it truly poses a threat to the Empire, it's our responsibility to deal with it on our front. But Reyna, we didn't come here to hunt monsters. Our primary mission is... Reyna silenced her subordinate by raising her hand. Any element that poses a threat to the peace of the Empire must be eliminated. That's our purpose. If Jormungand is truly as dangerous a monster as they say, then its elimination should take precedence over other missions. It was then. Lady Reyna, one of the party members, who had been standing guard at the entrance, cautiously approached Reyna and reported, "A guest has arrived. It's that young mage." With a wave of her hand, Reyna signaled, and her subordinates promptly exited the room. Once they had all left, Junior peeked her head into the room. Did I interrupt? Were you in the middle of an important discussion?" "Not at all. We had just finished our meeting." Reyna spread her arms to both sides and gestured for her to enter. "So, what brings you here today, Jupiter's daughter? I'm pleased you came to see me first." "I came to receive another spell before the battle." Junior hesitated, pursed her lips, and finally spoke softly. "I also want to talk a little more about my mother." Reyna grinned and beckoned her inside. "Come in. Let's have a chat." Junior entered the room nervously, and Reyna immediately asked her, "By the way, have you eaten?"
No, ia ben.
"After the spell, let's have a meal and continue our conversation. There are some surprisingly good places to eat even in this remote area." Expertly inviting her to a meal, Reyna began preparing for the spell. Junior watched Reyna's back intently, exhaling a dubious breath. The temple. Kuelin entered his brother's sick room with a lively smile. "Kureha, im here." Kuelin. Sitting on the bed and busy with some paperwork, Kureha greeted Kuelin with a happy smile. Kuelin tilted his head. "What are you doing? Weren't you supposed to be recuperating? What are these papers?" "It's some backlog of administrative work for the temple. I felt guilty for only receiving help, so I've been assisting with the work here. Fortunately, even with my leg like this, I still have a role to play." Kuelin glanced somberly at his brother's damaged left leg. Kureha shifted the topic with a light smile. "How about you? I heard the penal squad has been giving you a hard time lately. Are you okay?" It seemed the rumor of Lucas disciplining the penal squad had spread throughout the city. Kuelin raised his hands in frustration. "Ugh, don't even mention it. That night, he practically tormented us like he wanted to eat us alive. Does he hate me that much? Well, he's pretty hateful and I hate him too. Damn it." Grumbling, Kuelin soon nodded. "But I have to admit, I've definitely improved because of it." Kureha blinked at the noticeably different attitude of his younger brother. "During the last defense battle, I was more inclined to do just enough and then flee." Kuelin clenched his fists and thumped them against his chest. "But this defense battle feels different. If I don't stop that monster, you and our homeland up north, the thought of them being swallowed whole by the monster comes first. Now I think I somewhat understand why people here risk their lives to stand on the walls." Kuelin broke into a grin and patted his older brother on the shoulder. "Don't worry. Whether giant snakes attack or monsters swarm in like a pack of dogs, I've got you, bro." "I'm always sorry, Kuelin." "Bro, you have nothing to be sorry for. You protected me back then. Now it's my turn." "Heh. It's only natural for a younger brother to protect his older brother, right?" Kuelin grinned and extended a fist. "Share some of your awesome luck with me." "Gladly." The two brothers lightly bumped their fists together. Kureha looked at his younger brother, who was twice his size, and smiled bitterly. "Go on, Kuelin the Miracle Maker." Damien sat in the darkness. Despite the complete absence of the accursed aura from the Black Queen, Damien's complexion remained dark, as if he were still engulfed by that ominous energy. "I am..." Damien looked down at his empty hands. "Why was I fighting? What was it for?" After laying down his weapons and being excluded from the party, Damien lost the inertia of battle. He finally had a moment to reflect on himself. I've already lost half of what matters. What else am I trying to protect? Suffering like this. Perhaps it was because the nightmares shown by the Black Queen over the past few weeks had been too vivid. The faces of the people he had lost were almost tangible, crystal clear. Their smiles, their deaths. That's why it hurt more. I miss you. Damien hunched over even more. I miss you. He no longer wanted to fight. He didn't want to stand in front of terrifying monsters, acting tough. In this hellish world, he didn't want to do anything anymore. He just wanted to remain, submerged in the darkness. The next day, dawn. The southernmost point of the world. The Black Lake, bubbling, breaking through the surface of the murky lake. Whoosh! The massive head of a snake, flickering in a silvery hue, emerged. The boss monster of Stage 9, the world serpent Jormungandr, finally revealed itself to the outside world. Chapter 216. A raid party of 3 groups, 15 people. Before dawn broke, we finished our preparations and teleported to the Lake Kingdom's shoreline. We stood at a vantage point overlooking the dark lake, waiting for the emergence of Jormungandr.
Here. Cha.
Next to me, Kelly Bay was doing some sort of exercise as he looked out over the lake, extending his short arms and legs. God, I feel awkward saying this, but your stretching pose really resembles a saint. Please stop. What's up? Why don't you come over here and try it? You'll regret it when you get old if you keep slouching like that all the time. Don't nag like a dad. I mean, don't drag me into this. Half forcibly dragged by Kelly Bay, I also found myself overlooking the lake while stretching. Damn it.
Here. Cha.
It's been a really long time since I've been out of Lake Kingdom. Kelly Bay clapped his hands after finishing his stretches. Being in there, you become insensitive to the passage of time. Why stay in there all the time? There's a teleport gate anyway. Well, build a blacksmith shop for you at Crossroad, so you can stay out in the sunlight. I slyly made this offer, not to exploit him, but out of concern for his health. Kelly Bay shook his head. There are things I can do only when I'm in there. Plus, the other poor souls crawling around down there could use a blacksmith. No matter how I tried to persuade him, Kelly Bay plugged his ears and refused to listen. Damn. Stubborn as a dwarf should be, the old coot. Meanwhile, Reyna and the reinforcement party were inspecting the teleport gate beside us. This place has a lot of fascinating things, Your Highness, from vanished teleportation magic to dungeons below the lake. The ancient magical kingdom connected to those monsters is beneath us. I gave Reyna a sly smile. I thought the Central Command had all this figured out. We were briefed a bit before deployment, but I had no idea there were things beyond modern magic here. Scratching her chin, Reyna looked at me with twinkling eyes. Could I join you on your next exploration? If the situation allows. Magicians always seem interested in ancient magic. But strictly speaking, reinforcements are just that. No need to share experience points with friends who will soon be leaving. That's why I had intentionally kept Reyna's party separate in the dungeon. Still, the next stage is the boss stage at level 10. It might be good to go on a joint training exploration with all the hero characters, as we all eased our tensions through idle chatter. Grrr. The ground began to rumble. Everyone instinctively realized an enemy was approaching. I shouted, "Everyone, get ready." Blub blub. The surface of the dark lake churned as if hit by a storm. And then, swoosh, a terrifying waterspout erupted. Amidst the waterspout, a massive snake's head appeared, its scales flickering in a silvery gray. I spat out its name. Jormungandr. Roar. The yellow eyes of the monster emerged from the depths, and the air seemed to boil with a peculiar sound. Massive, a term I had used many times, but I couldn't help but use it again. There was no other word that described it so well. Even just the portion of its head that had surfaced was about the size of an entire mansion. What's up with this ridiculous size? This is a mega monster. Seeing it with my own eyes, the impact was on a different level from what ID felt in the game. Is it even possible for such a large creature to exist in the world? Sich. Releasing a chilling breath, Jormungandr slowly pulled its body out of the lake. Its massive, silvery gray body, covered in scales the size of small shields, scraped against the ground as it finally made landfall. Splash dash! The dark lake water surged, spilling over the banks. Standing beside the pier, we were showered with droplets falling like a brief rainstorm. Seeing it in person, it's unbelievably large, Evangeline said, her body rigid even as she was soaked by the water. Can we really defeat such a monster? We have to, I answered flatly. If we don't, the monster front will be destroyed, and the world will come to an end. Looking back, every defensive battle was like that. If we failed to stop them, everyone would die. We were always the last line of defense for this world. This time was no different. Kill the monster. Save the people. As always, that was the mission. Hearing me say this so calmly, the shoulders of my tense party members relaxed a little. Get a grip, you motley crew of misfits, Lucas said, tapping on the shoulders of the stiffest among the penal squad. If you're this scared now, we're all screwed later. Stop making life difficult for the cleanup crew and focus. Who said I was scared, sir? Kualin, a giant of a man over 2 meters tall, said as he shook with fear. His voice rose sharply. I'm just excited to go snake hunting. Sure doesn't look that way. You coward. I mean it. Damn it. Let's compare our achievements when this is over. That sounds good. A fine opportunity to clearly show the difference between you amateurs and me. Lucas coldly mocked him, and Kualin gritted his teeth. I looked over at them and grinned. Even bluster is good right now. It lifts the mood. Besides, it's not as tough as you might think. Despite causing ground vibrations as if an earthquake was happening, it was an out-of-spec monster. In truth, Jormungandr was one of my favorite boss monsters in the game, because its strategies were clear-cut. Its aggression was low, just a creature focused on heading north. If we just thoroughly executed the body part destruction gimmick, it could be defeated before it reached Crossroad. Furthermore, in this stage, dark events will not be activated in this stage. This is the maximum level of difficulty. The difficulty cannot be increased any further. There won't be any damn dark events. Just like during the vampire incident, there won't be any dark events due to this being the maximum difficulty. I had successfully translated the segment while maintaining the gaming context, using past tense for narration and present tense for dialogues, and adhering to all other specified requirements. I also tried to keep the cultural nuances and stylistic elements intact for an American audience. The maximum difficulty was infuriating, but the absence of any dark events meant there were no additional variables to consider. Stable strategies are possible. As I securely attached the grappling hook launcher to my arm, I nodded heavily. The opponent might be a monster akin to a natural disaster, but it was manageable. All right, time to board. Jormungandr's colossal body had already emerged almost halfway out of the lake. Timing my move, I shot the hook toward the monstrous serpent. Let's go! Sichar. Almost simultaneously, 15 hooks attached to ropes shot out, latching onto the spaces between the monster's scales. Ping! Pieing! The mechanical winch began to retract, pulling us toward the creature. All 15 hero characters soared through the air. Thud! Thump! Just as the creature made landfall, so did we on its back. So spacious! Evangeline, who had just clambered onto Jormungandr's back, was amazed. I wonder if this is how ants feel when they crawl on me. Due to its massive size, Jormungandr's body seemed as though a cylinder had been laid on its side and then squashed. In other words, the top was relatively flat enough for us to move around. Evangeline, lightly hopping about, tilted her head. Isn't this more like a dragon than a snake, considering its size? Snake, dragon, worm, earthworm, it doesn't matter. It's our enemy. That's all. I nodded as I confirmed that everyone had boarded. No one was left behind. As pre-discussed, all 3 parties will head to their respective operational zones. There were 3 neural centers to destroy and 3 parties deployed. Each party was responsible for one. The main party, which I was leading, would go toward the head. Reyna's and the reinforcement party would head to the middle, and lastly, the penal squad would go to the tail. Due to concerns about triggering the monster's instincts or the difficulty of landing on the erratic tail, we all initially landed in the middle and would disperse from there. The neural center we need to destroy looks like that. I pointed at the middle of Jormungandr's body. A massive spike, resembling a horn, was visible at the center of its back, one of the 3 neural centers we had to destroy. Steady assault should allow each of us to break it in about 2 to 2.5 days. The snake's long body would make inter-party communication a bit challenging, but I had what could be considered the ultimate Chayata system window. Jormungandr progress of area destruction. First vertebra, 0%. Second vertebra, 0%. Third vertebra, 0%. I could check the current situation through this and move to assess if progress from other parties slowed or stopped. You invaded the human world, you monster. Then well invade your back in return. Smirking, I signaled to my party members. All right, everyone to their operational zones. Just as I was about to issue the command to move. Boom! Rumble. Suddenly, the vibrations intensified. The entire body of Jormungandr, upon which we had climbed, shook violently, as if it had slammed into a thick wall. What the hell? Hold on tight. All the hero characters, taken aback, clung to the back of Jormungandr as it slithered forward. Lucas and Evangeline steadied me as I wobbled. Bang! Crash! Dirt mounds erupted from all around us, and the ground cracked open with a deafening roar. What's going on? Straining my neck to assess the situation, I soon realized that Jormungandr was forcing its massive body through a rugged mountain valley. Why the hell is it burrowing into the mountain instead of taking the well-trodden path to Crossroad? My bewildered blinking soon gave way to a realization. You've got to be kidding me. This snake monster was heading north with a straight course. In other words, it didn't bother using the roads made by humans. With its colossal body, it carved its own path and moved straightforwardly in a due north direction. What the foo? Boom! Crash, crash, crash. Mountains that lay in Jormungandr's path crumbled in succession, spewing out mounds of earth. Trees that had grown tall, untouched by any external force for decades, if not centuries, were felled in a row. As we were pelted by the rain of dirt and wooden debris, we screamed inaudibly. Amidst the thundering noise of the collapsing mountain, the screams of mere humans couldn't even be heard. Natural disaster. The sheer magnitude of this snake moving was, quite literally, earth-shattering. Just hang on a little longer. As soon as we clear this mountainous area, we can proceed with our strategy. As I shouted, recalling the map of the region, I saw the snake's head burrowing under a huge rocky mountain in the distance. Rumble, rumble. Then the rocky mountain started to crumble as well. Ah, shit. Couldn't help but curse. I was a fool for thinking that the absence of dark events meant we could easily clear the game by faithfully following the strategies. This wasn't the fortified walls we could call our home turf. The moment the battlefield shifted to the outside, everything became a variable. This is getting ridiculous, you damn snake. Roar, crash, crash, crash. The cascading rock avalanche swept over the snake's body. And we, who were clinging to the snake, were also swept away by the torrent of rocks and dirt. Chapter 217. How much time had passed? Kugung, Kugagung. After the world-shattering vibrations and whirlwind of dirt and rocks finally settled, I came to my senses. A clear blue sky greeted me. We had escaped the mountainous region and reached the plains. Heading further north would lead us to another forested area, but hopefully, we wouldn't experience something like being tossed into the middle of a construction site again. This bastard isn't an enormous snake. It was Jormungandr, an immense earthworm, not a snake. That much was clear from the way it upheaved soil and rocks. It was as if it was earnestly doing civil engineering work to enrich the farmland known as the continent. Ugh. KH. My body ached from being swept away by the dirt and rocks. I barely managed to stand upright. Initially, I was near the middle of Jormungandr's body, but getting swept away by the landslide led me almost all the way to its tail. I looked around, surveying the area. Was everyone else still alive? Ow, ow. Are you all right, Senior? Evangeline was right in front of me, having shielded me from most of the falling debris. As a result, her body was covered in scrapes and cuts. Blood was trickling down from her forehead. Evangeline, are you okay?
I'm fine, hehe.
Evangeline, who had glanced at me with a wobbly smile, suddenly grimaced. A bruise was forming on her pale cheek.
No, primelit.
It hurts like hell. Drink a potion quickly. We had generously supplied potions to all party members before starting the operation. While Evangeline took out her potion to drink, I took out one of mine and sprinkled it on her wounds. I then turned my attention to locating the other members of our party. We were scattered everywhere, courtesy of the landslide. I immediately opened my system menu to access the Traits tab and activated one of my skills. Map creation. This trait allowed me to visualize the area as a dot-based map. A feeling of scanning the surrounding terrain enveloped me, and a minimap appeared on the upper right corner of my vision. I used this minimap to pinpoint the locations of our party members still on Jormungandr. 2 people have fallen off. Out of 15, 2 couldn't withstand the landslide and were thrown off the beast. They were 2 officers from Reyna's reinforcement party. The silver lining was that they were both alive. When I checked the party member info, their stamina was depleted but they hadn't died. They had been supplied with potions and rations, so they should be able to return to Crossroad. With this, we have to proceed with the remaining 13 party members on Jormungandr. Not only were we all scattered, but the composition of the party had also gotten mixed up. It raised questions about our ability to efficiently perform part destruction. However, there's no time to waste. If we don't have teeth, we have to bite with our gums. We had already wasted much time due to the unexpected landslide. Reorganizing the party now would cause even further delays. I had already told the party members, if we were to scatter due to some unforeseen circumstances, everyone should participate in destroying the closest nerve center. I furrowed my brows as I stared at the minimap. Thankfully, the party members were evenly distributed among the 3 nerve centers. At this point, I have no choice but to trust everyone to fulfill their roles. Yahoo! Evangeline Cross, fully healed. Just give me the command. Just then, Evangeline, who had finished her potion recovery, jumped up with her arms raised, shouting excitedly. I nodded at Evangeline. All right, Evangeline, go fetch Kelly Bay, who straggled at the end of the tail, and the 2 support mages on the opposite side. With Evangeline and me here, that left 5 of us at the nerve center at the tail end. Equipping a pickaxe in both hands, I eyed the nerve center, our target. From now on, it's all about speed. We need to destroy this nerve center first, then ride up the snake's body to assist the other party members. Evangeline nodded swiftly, and I nodded back. Let's move. Yes, Senior. As Evangeline ran off to retrieve the other party members, I swung down my pickaxe powerfully onto the nerve center of the snake monster, Jormungandr. Ding! A system window popped up displaying the progress of our nerve center destruction. Jormungandr progress of area destruction. First vertebra, 6%. Second vertebra, 1%. Third vertebra, 2%. Apparently, I had taken some damage myself due to my reckless digging. Long way to go. Grimacing, I lifted my pickaxe and swung it down again at the nerve center. Despite my efforts, the damage percentage barely moved. Come on. At least act like it hurts, you snake bastard. Clang, clang, clang. Jormungandr, near the center. Coolin stared down at Lucas, who lay unconscious and covered in blood. Moments ago, when they were engulfed in a landslide of earth and rocks, large boulders had started to fall one after another over the penal squad, swaying like leaves in a storm. Coolin had resigned himself to death then, but it didn't happen. Get down, you idiots. Lucas had stepped in front of the penal squad, a knight known for his formidable defense, second only to Evangeline, Lucas had no choice but to collapse under the onslaught of falling rocks. He sustained injuries and passed out. Thanks to him, Coolin and the penal squad had survived without severe injuries. It's really strange. Both the commander here and the knight have gone to great lengths for our sake. Coolin muttered, shaking his head. Could it be that I'm more important than I thought? Just then, ha! Lucas' eyes snapped open. Startled, Coolin let out a small gasp. Sorry for the nonsense. Heh! What did you say? Grimacing in pain, Lucas propped up his upper body. It was as if he had just taken a beatdown. Coolin waved his hands frantically at Lucas. Sir Knight, are you back to your senses? How's your body? How long was I unconscious? It hasn't been that long. We're still getting our bearings. As Lucas tried to get up, Coolin quickly stopped him. Whoa, how about you rest a bit longer? Your injuries are quite severe. I sprayed a potion on you. Just lie down for a bit longer and you'll feel better. I don't have time for that. I must ensure the prince's safety right away. The crown prince is over there. Coolin pointed towards the tail of the snake, and Lucas looked in that direction as well. Sure enough, far in the distance at the tail end, he could see Ash diligently hacking away at the snake's central nervous system with his pickaxe. He seemed fine. Lucas let out a sigh of relief, and Coolin grinned. Leaving that precious prince to protect us instead, were we that important to you, this band of riffraff? Grumbling, Lucas pulled out his own potion and gulped it down. The prince was under Evangeline's close protection. I trust her to handle it. On the other hand, you guys looked like you'd all die if left alone. If you all were wiped out, we would be short-handed for this operation. That would jeopardize the southern front. That's the only reason I saved you. Well, it'll take even such a functional and dry reason. Grinning, Coolin stood up first. Then, let's act worthily of being saved. Shall we? Coolin yelled at his subordinates. Hey, you guys! You awake yet? Yes, Captain. The bandits, who had been on standby next to the snake's central nervous system, answered in unison. Coolin took out his pickaxe and slung it over his shoulder. Surviving such a terrible avalanche. I must be lucky. Oh, Coolin. All right, let's chip away and see what we get. Will it be gold or jewels, who knows? Yeehaw, let's go. Let's strike it rich. The penal squad's 5 members swung their pickaxes in rhythm, gradually chipping away at the snake's central nervous system. Sparks flew as they continued their work. Seems like it was worth throwing ourselves in the line of fire. Muttering to himself, Lucas glanced at Ash, who was still busy with his pickaxe near the snake's tail. He then shifted his gaze to the snake's head. Above the snake's head, he saw the silhouettes of 2 mages crouched down. Jormungandr, near the head. The view is breathtaking. Reyna mumbled as she looked down at the world whizzing by below them. It's just like how it feels to look down at the land below from the bow of the flying ship. The wind feels refreshing. The wind was fierce due to Jormungandr's incredible speed, but Reyna was unfazed and simply enjoyed the wind. Beside her, Junior, who was curled up, looked nauseous. I appreciate you blocking the rocks and the dirt, but why did we come to the head? The one who had shielded Junior from the falling rocks and debris with magic was Reyna. Though she was grateful for the protection, upon regaining her senses, they had both ended up near the snake's head. Junior, who was highly susceptible to motion sickness, found it incredibly uncomfortable to be on the violently moving head of the serpent. See, I'm a wind mage, and this place, where I can gather the force of the wind through my whole body. With a relaxed smile, Reyna swung her hand. Is where I'm at my strongest, on the back of this snake. Swish swish slash. Wind blades whirled from Reyna's fingertips, brutally slashing through the neural center of Jormungandr. Junior's eyes widened. She wasn't kidding. Reyna's magic was indeed more potent than usual. Drawing magic elements from ground zero is a sign of a mage's power, but harnessing them when the environment is already saturated with those elements is also a display of a mage's skill. As a mage who deals with elemental properties, you should also be able to utilize the surrounding environment to your advantage. You're a tri-element user, so when you can apply this, you'll become even more powerful. Junior shot Reina a disgruntled look. Are you acting like a teacher or something? In the domain of wind magic, acting like a teacher is perfectly acceptable, don't you think? Reina grinned and seized the tip of Junior's fingers. Now feel the wind, Junior. Channel this raging wind into your power. Reluctant but intrigued, Junior followed Reina's instruction. After all, such teachings were invaluable. Kua! Elemental magic gathered at Junior's fingertips, and a burst of wind gale plunged into Jormungandr's neural center. It was the most potent wind magic Junior had ever used. Junior mumbled in a daze. Utilize the environment, or guide the battlefield to an environment you can utilize. Elemental mages must always select and utilize the battlefield. Never forget that. After imparting her wisdom, Reina stroked her chin. By the way, this snake has remarkably high magic defense. Guess it's not for nothing that it's a creature of mythical times. Despite their intensified magic attacks, Jormungandr's neural center remained resilient. Its magic defense was exceptionally high indeed. Hey, Jupiter's daughter, can you use your ultimate skill? I mean, I can, but... Then show me. If Junior could unleash her ultimate skill, elemental disassembly, they would have a chance at dealing meaningful damage. Reina playfully tapped the head of Jormungandr with her toes and smirked. Let's rip this monster's head apart, the two of us mages. Chapter 218. Hello, Im Fox.
Im Rabbit.
Two mages from the support troops greeted me nervously. Both of them were dressed in the black uniforms of the Imperial Army, topped with the white robes unique to the Mage Corps, hoods and all. Due to an impromptu party reshuffling, we were tasked with destroying the spinal nerve center of Jormungandr. Come to think of it, this is the first time I've actually used code names with these guys. We had maintained a certain distance, so I was hearing their names for the first time. Fox? Rabbit? Those aren't your real names, are they?
No.
When our Mage Corps was transferred to the Imperial Central Army, we started receiving new code names for each operation. Code names? What a shady practice. Under Captain Reina, our group of 4 received the code names Fox, Rabbit, Kitty, and Piggy for this mission. So, the two who fell out there must be Kitty and Piggy. I looked at the scenery rushing below the serpent's body and clicked my tongue. I wonder if they'll be all right. Ah, you don't have to worry about those two. They could survive even if dropped into hell. While I was concerned, Fox and Rabbit, their comrades, waved their hands and smiled reassuringly. Believe it or not, we are directly under the command of the Mage Corps captain. I can take care of myself. I've been through worse. Been through worse, you say? Well, isn't this the life of a civil servant? Low pay, tough work, and nothing but patriotism left. The two grumbling civil servants paused and gauged my reaction. Apparently, they felt awkward making such comments in front of a prince. Ever black. Long live your majesty. Long live the empire. All of a sudden, they raised both hands and shouted. All right, got it, so stop. You're making me uncomfortable. We're short on time. Let's focus on destroying the spinal nerve center. Yes. Fox and Rabbit were capable of using the lightweight and swift buffs. As the two mages cast their buffs on Evangeline, she let out a sound like, I feel so light, and started pounding on the spinal nerve center at an alarming rate. At this pace, it seemed she would finish quickly. Next to her, Kelly Bay was scrutinizing the spinal nerve center with a serious look. I decided to give the dwarf craftsman a piece of my mind. Kelly Bay, you've been staring all this time. What are you doing? Just wait a moment. I was thinking, why laboriously dig with a pickaxe? Kelly Bay glanced at the winch mechanism on his arm. If I can make a destruction device powered by magic. Ah, hadn't thought of that. I approached the contemplating Kelly Bay. He had already taken out some paper and was sketching plans. How about this design? To possibly aid him, I described the concept of drills from Earth. I had plenty of magical cores that could serve as the power source, so if he could craft a spiral-shaped drill bit out of metal and assemble it properly, we might be able to destroy the spinal nerve center more easily than with a pickaxe. Kelly Bay immediately began working on the metal fragments and Jormungandr scales he pulled from his bag after hearing my explanation. When I inserted the magic core wire, a decent drilling machine was born. Kelly Bay looked at me with an impressed expression. "Hey kid, does this device have a name?" It's called a drill. In our world, it's a tool used to make holes." "Whoa, amazing, a drill. With this, we can bore through anything." Engaging in conversation that sounded like it came from a third-rate fantasy novel, Kelly Bay took the drill in hand and applied it directly to the nerve center. Wire. As the device activated and the metal tip touched the nerve center, KZZZKZZKZZ. Sparks flew in all directions as the drill began to grind through the nerve center almost instantly. The scene uncomfortably resembled a dental treatment for extracting a cavity. It even made my molars feel sore. The drill didn't work perfectly from the start. Either the drill bit would bend, or the magic core would overheat, causing the device to stop working, and this cycle repeated. Kelly Bay adjusted the rotation speed, reinforced the drill structure, and modified it to transfer the user's magic power to the metal tip through the magic circuit. The equipment looks a bit heavy, so we'll cast a lightweight spell on it. It should last for a day. Then, I'll increase the rotation speed by applying a speed spell to the metal tip. Fox and Rabbit, two magicians, also chipped in. It was well past noon when Kelly Bay finally completed a functional drill. Kelly Bay handed each of us one of the finished drills. KZZZKZZKZZ. The spectacle of 4 drill tips simultaneously attaching to the nerve center and causing sparks to fly everywhere was quite a sight. Isn't this much more convenient than pickaxing? Handle it carefully. That drill is dangerous equipment. But perhaps because everyone was in the realm of superhuman heroes, they managed to control the massive drills without much difficulty. The nerve center's area destruction percentage rose quickly. I exhaled a sigh of relief. Now we could progress more easily. I'm gonna dig up some more Jormungandr scales. If I see anything rarer, I'll get that too. Kelly Bay, swinging his pickaxe up high, darted off before I could say anything. He looked absolutely thrilled. He seemed to consider this place more like a mine than a monster. But as long as it helps, I'll let him be. How about sending one of these over there too? It's really convenient, Evangeline asked, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Her face was one of relief, having switched from endless pickaxing to using the drill. Let's completely finish destroying this area first, then move up along the snake's body and help with destroying the central and head parts. The distance to the next area destruction site was quite far from here. Instead of wasting energy going back and forth, it's better to finish up here quickly and then combine parties as we move up. Thinking this, I glanced towards the west. The sun was setting beyond the rapidly flowing earth. Before I knew it, the day was coming to an end. Night had fallen. Fierce winds blew relentlessly over Jormungandr's body, but fortunately, it was summer. The wind didn't rob anyone of their body heat. No, it was actually hot. Clang, 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 clang. Jormungandr, near the center. Coolin and Lucas had placed large torches around the central nervous system and were tirelessly swinging their pickaxes. The other 4 members of the penal squad watched them with incredulous eyes as they took a break. In the beginning, there were pointless jokes exchanged, and everyone had been working with a sense of humor. But eventually, a heavy silence had settled over the site, punctuated only by the sound of pickaxes striking the nervous system. Clang, clang, clang. It all began an hour ago. As the sun set, Lucas, who was the first to stop pickaxing, made a suggestion to everyone. Let's take a break. We've got a long 3-day battle ahead. Then Coolin responded with a teasing smile. Tired already, Sir Knight? I'm still feeling pretty spry. At that, veins bulged in Lucas' temples. Tired? You challenging me to a stamina contest? No, not a contest, per se. Just saying I haven't tired out yet. Just stating the fact. Fine. Let's see who gives out first. It's a showdown. Ha ha! Bring it on, let's do this. And thus a war broke out. While the others drank water and nibbled on preserved food for rest, Coolin and Lucas glared at each other and kept swinging their pickaxes. The other 4 members of the penal squad lounged comfortably, alternating their gazes between the two, and thought privately. They both looked tired. Lucas had an injury. Although he had recovered with a potion, after effects were undoubtedly present. Coolin had a naturally fragile constitution. Despite his imposing physique, his stamina was rapidly waning. Both were clearly pushing themselves too hard. But there was no retreat. The most useless yet unyielding thing was the clash of male egos. No compromises were made. Both men endured with sheer willpower. Breathing heavily and wiping the sweat off his chin, Coolin finally spoke. You look, pretty tired. How about taking a break? With trembling hands, Lucas swept back his sweat-soaked blonde hair and grinned. How about you, Your balloon muscles are shaking. How about surrendering? Bloodshot eyes filled Coolin's gaze. What did you say? Balloon muscles? It's the truth, isn't it? All brawn and no brains. You're just inflated muscles. Take that back right now. You dare insult my proud combat-compressed muscles. I'll take it back if you win this showdown. Fine. Let's see this through to the end. The 2 men, their strength waning, continued to swing their pickaxes. Now lying down on blankets and sleeping bags, the other 4 members of the penal squad prepared to sleep and privately thought, will it end when one of them faints? Jormungandr was passing through the plains. Despite being on the body of a monster, the place was surprisingly peaceful. Clang, clang, clang. The other 4 members of the penal squad used the sound of pickaxes as their lullaby and slept soundly. Lucas and Coolin continued to glare at each other, locked in a tense standoff. Dawn. Jormungandr near the head. Above the creature's neural center floated a halo, angelic in its semblance. It shone brightly, casting a radiant glow over the area. Despite it still being before sunrise, the surroundings became vividly illuminated. Ping dash. The next moment, a crack appeared in the air, as if a mirror had been shattered. Elemental disassembly. This was Junior's ultimate magic. The magical defense of the neural center began to wane rapidly. Seizing the moment, Reyna unleashed her wind magic, ravaging the neural center. Ruhr. Reyna's wind magic barrage continued until the duration of elemental disassembly expired. Gazing at the neural center that endured despite being battered by countless wind blades, Junior let out a frustrated sigh. Just how high is its magical defense? Even after taking Junior's elemental disassembly, Jormungandr's neural center did not experience a decrease in its magical defense to negative levels. It wasn't even the main body but a mere extremity, yet its magic power level was absurdly high. Creatures of the mythical era. We were still able to deal some effective blows, Reyna said, flashing a grin. It's all thanks to you, Junior. That spell of yours is genuinely marvelous. Make sure to present it at the Magic Society. Junior smiled awkwardly. Both Junior and Reyna had executed their combo magic twice today. Even after casting their ultimate skills twice in a day, they were still in relatively good condition. It was thanks to Reyna's incantation. Junior felt a noticeable improvement in her condition. Of course, she wasn't fully recovered. Blood dribbled from Junior's nostrils, and she tasted the metallic tang of blood in his mouth. It seemed that casting twice in a row had taken its toll. Maybe we should rest now. It's getting late, Reyna mumbled casually as she pulled a blanket from her bag and headed toward the back of Jormungandr's head. Behind the massive serpent's head lay a shallow mound, relatively sheltered from the strong winds. Reyna spread the blanket and sat down. Waving her hand, the winds swirling around them seemed to divert their course. The space suddenly became cozy. Let's catch some sleep. Reyna was the first to lie down, wrapped in the blanket. The space was cramped, so Junior, covering himself with his blanket, hesitantly snuggled up beside Reyna. Seeming tired, Reyna yawned, closed her eyes, and mumbled, "Oh, by the way, watching your magic today, I noticed two inefficient parts in your incantation." "Really? So, when you first start casting?" Even with her sleepy voice, Reyna detailed the aspects of Junior's elemental disassembly that needed improvement. Wide awake now, Junior committed every word to memory. "Something like that. Make sure to refine it later." Wawa. Having finished her lecture, Reyna pulled the blanket up over her head. "See you tomorrow." "Oh, just a heads up. I'm a terrible bedsharer." Soon enough, the sound of snoring could be heard. Reyna had fallen asleep instantly. Junior had never had a proper mentor. She had learned everything through self-study. That's why Reyna's guidance felt both unfamiliar and, to be honest, gratifying. She never knew guidance from someone else could feel so sweet. If I had a magic mentor, Junior stared at the profile of the sleeping non-magician. Would it have felt like this? Soon after, Junior also closed her eyes to sleep. Tonight, she felt like she could sleep deeply. Regardless of the tiny humans scurrying around on its body, the colossal serpent Jormungandr remained indifferent, steadfastly continuing its journey. Northward, ever northward, in a true north direction. SSSSSSSS. The sun rose. Its harsh rays bleached the expansive plains that Jormungandr was crossing. At the end of the tranquil plains, a river with violent rapids began to come into view. Beyond that river was a dense forest, and crossing that forest would lead to the stone walls built by humans would inevitably appear. SSSSSSSS. The serpent simply slithered forward, following its given mission and instincts, from one end of the world to the other. Stage 9. Jormungandr progress of area destruction. First vertebra, 41%. Second vertebra, 18%. Third vertebra, 29%. Time to reach Crossroad. 2 days left. Chapter 219. Crossroad was peaceful. Ash, the Lord and Commander, had ordered an evacuation, and a refuge had been prepared in the northeast of the city. Citizens had begun to pack their belongings, making their way to the refuge where clean water, food, and various facilities were provided. Contrary to the current situation labeled as evacuation, the faces of the citizens showed no signs of worry or fear, and why should they? In the half-year since Ash had taken command, Crossroad had not allowed any invasions. Including the 8 defensive battles that took place in Crossroad and the fight against the Black Spider Legion at the forward base, there had been 9 battles in total. Under Ash's command, monsters had been thoroughly repelled, and although soldiers were injured or died, the city itself suffered no damage. As a result, the citizens hadn't felt the growing threat of the monsters. They perceived this evacuation order as an extension of the safety-first policy that had been in place so far. The summer sunlight was warm, and a relaxed atmosphere floated through the city. The atmosphere in the local temple was no different. Bandages, holy water, and potions were being transported to the makeshift medical facility set up in the refuge. The priests looked at ease. Only Saintess Margarita wore a somber expression. Damien. In front of Margarita sat Damien, his face impassive. On the day Ash and his entourage set out, Damien had been unshackled per the orders, but he had continued living as if still bound, confined to his room without moving an inch. Damien, we're moving all the patients here to the refuge. You need to go too. For the first time that day, the usually silent Damien spoke. The front lines. Excuse me, aren't they forming the last line of defense on the city walls? Can I go there? His Highness told me to check on your condition and then make a decision. Damien had twice aimed his gun at allies. Ash had judged that the risk of Damien shooting at their own forces outweighed the advantages of having him as a sniper. So, he was completely excluded from this defensive battle. Margarita glanced at Damien's face. And from what I can see, you're still not in good condition. Let's go to the refuge together, Damien. Damien remained silent. Margarita sighed softly. If you continue like this, We'll have no choice but to drag you to the refuge. Shall we do that? I'll go. To the refuge. A fleeting sense of relief passed over Margarita's face. However, the next thing Damien said made her furrow her brows. Then, please return my magic gun, Black Queen. Despite the troubles caused by that Black Queen, Damien still wanted to hold that magic gun. Because then, he could see the face of Ban, the precious person he had lost, in his dreams again. But Margarita shook her head coldly. His Highness has ordered that under no circumstances should that gun be returned to you. Damien, this is a decision His Highness has made considering your well-being. You understand, right? Damien curled up on the bed. I'll just stay here then. Pardon. The monsters will be repelled by His Highness. And the others anyway. Is there really a need to evacuate? In reality, most of the citizens of the city felt that way. So did Saintess Margarita, deep down. Ash will pull it off again just like he always has. But preparing for the worst is a leader's duty. As High Priestess, Margarita planned to follow Ash's orders to the letter. While everyone else was evacuating, only Damien obstinately refused to listen. How can I convince him? If he keeps resisting, I may have no choice but to forcefully move him, thought Margarita. Is something the matter, Your Holiness? Someone poked their head into Damien's room. It was Kureha, the older brother of Kulin, who was sharing the room next door. He was hobbling about, propped up on a crutch, carrying luggage. Due to his voluntary service in the temple, Kureha was treated as clerical support staff. Margarita managed a forced smile. Kureha, well? Ah. Glimpsing the immobile Damien and Margarita seated in front of him, Kureha limped into the room, quickly deducing the situation. It's the evacuation, isn't it? Let me try to persuade Damien. You can go attend to other matters, Your Holiness. Really? But the evacuation deadline is not until tomorrow. They'll try to convince him by then. Hesitant at first, Margarita eventually nodded and stood up. There was plenty of other work piled up. I'll leave it to you. Trust me. After Margarita left, Kureha hobbled over and plopped down on a chair in front of Damien. So, we meet properly for the first time, Damien? Kureha offered a gentle smile. Damien shot him a cursory glance. The man had fiery red hair, a frail body from enduring an illness, and a notably emaciated left leg. I don't really care. Why is he acting so friendly? Damien lowered his gaze. Regardless of what you say, I intend to stay here. If the monsters break the front line, I'd rather be trampled to death. What a coincidence. I had the same plan. Confused, Damien stared at Kureha. Kureha shrugged. I also didn't want to evacuate. I wanted to help on the front lines, but look at my leg. So, I'll just stay here with you. Why? My younger brother is out there fighting the monsters. He's risking his life, and his older brother runs away fearing his failure? That feels wrong. I plan to stay here too. After looking left and right, Kureha leaned in and whispered, lowering his voice to a hush. Let's stay in this city together. Damien looked at Kureha with eyes filled with despair. Jormungandr crossed the river. It was a reasonably wide river with raging currents, but Jormungandr cared little as it made its way through the water. The penal squad, who were busy working on Jormungandr's body, momentarily stopped their hands to enjoy the refreshing spray of water. Ah, that's refreshing. Shower facilities, and it's even fairly comfortable with the snakes around? Members of the penal squad, who had been chuckling and joking among themselves, slowly began to look around. Clink, clink, clink. The sight of Lucas and Kulin sluggishly swinging their pickaxes came into view. Their duel, which had begun the night before, had continued through the night and still went on even as the sun reached its zenith. Like zombies, they took turns swinging their pickaxes with languid motions. We should probably stop them, but they're not even pretending to listen. The penal squad members awkwardly exchanged glances just as that thought crossed their minds. Swoosh! Thud. With the sound of a hook sucking up a rope, Evangeline flew in, riding a grappling hook launcher. Her movements were as swift as a flying squirrel. How's everyone doing? Senior told me that the destruction speed has dropped in the central area, so I came to see what was happening and… Ah! Evangeline clicked her tongue upon seeing Lucas and Coolin wearily swing their pickaxes in a lethargic manner. Ah, I get it. A battle of pride. Huh. Yes, Knight. They've been like that all night. There's an easy solution for this. Evangeline quickly ran behind Lucas and Coolin, and… whack! Smack! She slammed her shield against the backs of their heads. It was a merciless, compassionless blow. What the… Evangeline, what are you… doing? Thump. Both men collapsed to the ground. They appeared to faint, subsequently slipping into a sleep that resembled death. A battle of pride when the world might end? Idiotic. After retrieving her shield, Evangeline huffed and looked back at the penal squad. So, it's a draw, right? Yes, that's correct. The penal squad responded, trembling with fear. Evangeline, who had just taken down the fearsome duo with a force that suggested she might kill them, was terrifying. After letting them sleep for 3 hours, wake them up and resume work. Oh, and these are new tools. I'll explain how to use them now, so pay attention. Evangeline handed out new drills to the penal squad and explained how to operate them. The penal squad members listened intently, standing at attention. We don't have much time left. Stay focused, and if those two start causing trouble again, you stop them. Understood? Yes. Great. Let's get back to work. The penal squad members clumsily gripped their new drills and resumed the destruction work, while Evangeline corrected their technique one by one. The second day passed even more quickly, and before I knew it, evening had come. I lifted my head to look around. After crossing the river, Jormungandr had entered the forest area. Tall trees were tumbling one after another, following the snake's path. Although it was a headache dealing with the falling tree trunks from above, it was far better than the rock bombardment from the first day. I wielded my magic blade to roughly fend off the large falling branches while I glanced at the system window. Jormungandr progress of area destruction. First vertebra, 86%. Second vertebra, 42%. Third vertebra, 67%. The two mages near the head seemed to be doing well. Far in the distance, near the head of Jormungand, a burst of magical light flashed. The rate of progress was fastest there. It seemed like there was nothing to worry about on that end. If the tail here is relatively easy and we speed up the destruction of the central part, it looks like we can finish this within the time limit, right? Though the gimmicks were unique, it seemed like this defense battle would end without any major issues. As I was deep in thought, "Hey, Ash!" Kellebay's voice echoed. I turned around to see where it came from. Swish click. Kellybay, who had hooked a grappling hook on the tip of the tail and climbed up, squawked in high excitement. Listen. I thought I'd exhausted all the places to dig, so I was wandering around. You know, you've been doing that since yesterday. Find anything new? Sure. If you go down there, Jormungand has a tiny hole. A hole? Now what? I thought I had misheard, but Kellybay explained better. It has a hole. Okay? A hole. Are you deaf?
No.
I hear you loud and clear. Don't make that disgusted face. Jormungand is fundamentally a magical creature. How do you think this massive being sustains its body? It doesn't ingest food for nutrients. It's not the digestive system you're thinking of. It absorbs mana from the atmosphere through its mouth and gathers the non-mana elements to expel from the rear. Fine, got it. So what's your point? What did you find? Anyway, it's in a dwarf's nature to enter any cave they see, right? So I went in. Why the hell would you go in there? I let out an expletive without thinking. Kellybay didn't seem to mind and continued grinning. And look what I found. Kellybay put down something he'd been carrying on his back. I stepped back in shock. Don't come any closer. It might stink. It doesn't stink. Look at this. What Kelly Bay had brought from Jormungand's rear end and placed in front of me was our buddy Nameless. With long white hair and wearing tattered robes, it was the familiar dungeon merchant NPC. Nameless, who had seemed entirely deflated and strengthless, lifted his shaking face to look at me and weakly waved his hand. Long time no see, Ash. Wah? For a moment, I didn't understand what was happening. Then I let out a loud squawk. Why the hell are you coming out from there? I mean, that, you know. Why from there? Chapter 220. Phew, that's a relief. Thanks, Ash. Wiping herself down with the towel I handed her, Nameless gratefully offered me a handshake. What happened, Nameless? Why were you inside Jormungandr? Ignoring the handshake with forced casualness, I asked Nameless. How on earth do you wind up doing a miraculous rendezvous inside a monster's belly? What the heck happened at the Imperial capital? Whoosh! Despite my desperate efforts to avoid it, Nameless determinedly took my hand and shook it. Oh, soap. Bring soap. I've been fighting off monsters that try to rampage outside the Lake Kingdom. Nameless began to explain, shaking my hand gratefully up and down. I hastily rummaged through my bag for another towel. Of course, my power alone isn't enough to stop all of them. Some continue to break out and invade the surroundings. Lately, the number of escaping monsters has increased due to their growing numbers. I see. I meticulously wiped my hands. Any perfume around? Anyway, as always, I was trying to stop this horde of monsters. Nameless looked down at the scales of Jormungandr she was standing on. This time, it was the snake. Ah! Could it be so that's why? I've never had the experience of facing Jormungandr head-on before. Anyway, I tried to stop it. Did you fail and it ended up eating you? No, initially I succeeded. I managed to stop Jormungandr. Really? Are you lying? How did you stop this huge snake on your own? Are you bragging? Right? But then, right after, the Wolf King interrupted. At the unexpected name, my eyes twitched. The Wolf King? You mean, the commander of the Werewolf Legion, that Wolf King Lunard? Exactly. You're well informed. Well, of course. It's a named monster that appears as a boss in the game. The Werewolf Legion, a monster squad made up of werewolves, only appears in the boss stages as an elite group of monsters. Could it be that the boss group I have to face in Stage 10 is the Werewolf Legion? Nothing happens without reason in this damn game. Everything hints at future developments. So, after vampires, it's werewolves now. What a classic sequence. I told you before, Ash. Some of the Nightmare Legion commanders are after your life. I remember. Orlop and Celendian had marked me after I killed them. Frustrated they couldn't devour me. Nameless continued her explanation impassively. The Wolf King is one of those most ardently seeking your life. He has been searching for you within the dungeons. I clicked my tongue. So he was a Stalker fan too. And when he couldn't encounter you in the dungeon, he orchestrated this. He hid his elite forces within Jormungandr as part of a strategy. My eyes widened in disbelief. Wait a minute, does that mean? I stopped Jormungandr, and that's when the Wolf King attacked me. In the meantime, the Wolf King's elite guard jumped into Jormungandr's mouth. I couldn't just stand by and let their scheme unfold. So, I also jumped into the closing mouth of Jormungandr. I spent the next few days fighting those wolves inside its belly. I sighed in relief. So you managed to take care of those wolves? Nameless, who had been silent, unsheathed the worn-out longsword strapped to her back and held it in front of her. Ash, it's awkward for me to say this, but I pride myself on being the strongest in the Lake Kingdom. I wasn't sure about her being the strongest, but it was undeniable that Nameless was quite powerful. However, once I step out of the Lake Kingdom, my abilities are severely restricted. At this moment, I'm just an ordinary human who can't cast any magic or miracles. And why are you telling me all this? The elite guard of the Wolf King that jumped into Jormungandr's belly. Nameless muttered awkwardly. I couldn't finish them off. What? Upon returning to the surface, I became too weak. I couldn't eliminate them all, and they managed to escape Jormungandr's belly before I did. Chills ran down my spine. Wait, hold on. Does that mean? If you haven't dealt with them yet? Nameless looked around quickly. Those wolves are hiding somewhere in this snake's body, waiting for an opportunity. Damn it! What the hell? A sudden intrusion of another hostile monster faction. I yelled, trembling in anger. Weren't there supposed to be no dark events? How is this different from a dark event? No, this is on a different level from dark events. At least dark events only strengthen the monsters of the existing stage. They don't introduce new factions. In other words, this is an even shittier difficulty spike. In a rush, I took out a device resembling a small handgun from my pocket. It was a flare gun I had made in the blacksmith shop in preparation for this operation. After loading an orange flare, I shot it into the sky without hesitation. Whoosh boom! The orange flare exploded in the darkening sky. Ha! Evangeline, who had been moving from the middle of Jormungandr's body toward its tail using a grappling hook, tilted her head. Boom! An orange flare burst into the sky near the tail. Beforehand, Ash had assigned different meanings to the colors of the flares. Red was for requesting assistance. Yellow was for rallying. And orange was for being on guard. On guard? Suddenly why? Did something happen when they entered the forest area? Or because it's becoming night? Why did he shoot a warning flare? Confused but decisive, Evangeline swiftly fired her grappling hook and pulled it back. She didn't know what was going on, but she needed to hurry to Ash's side and protect him. Swoosh thud. With that thought, she quickly moved across Jormungandr's body when, she noticed something odd. A shadow beneath the snake's body. There, a dozen beasts with glowing red eyes were crouched close together. Evangeline blinked her large green eyes in bewilderment. Wolf! As a perplexed Evangeline mumbled. Whoosh! A beast sprang from the shadows. It was a monstrosity, half wolf, half human. Bipedal like a human but covered in thick wolf fur. Its tail stretched long. Its wolf head featured large, menacing teeth and eyes that glowed a sinister red. A monster. Slash! The creature's claw tore through the air. Evangeline twisted her body in alarm. Whoa! Snip! The monster's claw severed the silver thread connecting her to Jormungandr. What? As Evangeline mumbled in confusion. Whyish! Like a cut string, she was flung off of Jormungandr's body. Central area of Jormungandr. Fwoosh! Boom! At the sound of a flare bursting, the unconscious Lucas and Coolin popped their eyes open. The knight and the bandit king rose simultaneously. They caught each other's eye after spotting the flare. Oh, knight, captain, had a good nap. A penal squad member, who had been gleefully grinding away at their spinal cords with a drill, giggled as he showed off his tool. Look at this. It's called a drill and it's awesome. With this tool, we can make up for the digging you two did all night in no time. Put that away and draw your weapon. Ha! I said draw your weapon quickly, if you don't want to die. Coolin grumbled menacingly, startling the penal squad member. Without a word, Lucas drew his longsword. The knight's icy blue eyes fiercely scanned the surroundings. Coolin chuckled softly as he hurriedly put on his gauntlets. I see you sense it too, knight. It's impossible not to. Despite the warm summer night, a cold breath escaped Lucas' lips. The scent of kindred is vibrating. As the penal squad members scrambled to draw their weapons and complete their combat preparations, werewolves began to crawl out from the sides of the serpent's skin. Ash-gray and brown-furred werewolves. Two types. Their fur might be different, but both types had the same, flickering red eyes. The monstrous figures, standing on two legs like humans, quietly sharpened their claws, preparing for battle. Their numbers were about a dozen. I always sang about wanting to be a beast man, but the real deal is a bit off-putting. Coolin raised his fist, throwing out a frivolous joke. I guess they should trim their fur, seniors. Right after. Awoo. The lead werewolf tilted its head back and howled. Awoo! Awoo! A unison of howls erupted from the mouths of the werewolves surrounding the penal squad. Howling. The sound reverberated like an echo, and all the werewolves on Jormungandr's back let out a chilling howl. A normal wolf's howl would simply be a call to its pack, but a werewolf's howling was different. A combat buff through group resonance. It was a legion skill that established the identity of the wolf pack and facilitated group combat. Following that, the werewolves stomped the ground with their 4 legs. The eyes of the monsters, awakened to their wild instincts by the howling, flickered with a savage hunger. Drool dripped from the gaps between their bared fangs, eager to rip apart their prey and taste its flesh. Get the hell out of the way, you mutts! Channeling magic power into the tip of his sword, Lucas growled menacingly. I need to go check if my lord is safe. His eyes held a fierce glint, making it difficult to tell who the real wolves were. Jormungandr near the head region. Ha ha! Covered in blood, Junior let out shallow breaths and slumped down. She had been clawed from her shoulder to her side by a wolf's claw. Caught off guard by the sudden ambush, Junior trembled in a state of shock. Blocking her path, Reyna rolled up the corners of her mouth and smiled bitterly. This isn't good. Around 20 werewolves surrounded the 2 mages. Twice the force had attacked them here, focusing their assault on the most crucial units. The mages. On the other hand, there were only 2 mages here. Could they possibly fight just with 2 mages and no vanguard? Of course we can. Reyna chuckled to herself. She had devoted her life to the military. There wasn't a type of battle she hadn't fought. Land, sea, air, listing them would just be a waste of breath. Reyna was absolutely confident that she could rip these pathetic werewolves to shreds and survive. However, she wasn't sure if she could protect the young mage behind her. There was no battle strategy more foreign to Reyna than fighting while protecting someone else. If I don't worry about the kid in the back, my chances of winning are 100%. But if I have to protect this kid... Reyna's seasoned eyes dimmed. Can we survive? Whoosh! As the elderly mage pondered, dozens of werewolves lunged at them all at once.